Is it the only source of light, by the way, or is there a window? Because I can still light outside, right?
There's no window, but there is like these little, uh, like subtle ever made lights that are in like the starry like sky. That's the ceiling of the
Yeah.
room. There's enchantments
Okay.
that are creating lighting in the room itself, including those
Okay.
two wispy forms of light representing each of you, the colors to you.
So
There's
like,
no
what's
window to the room, but there's like a there's like a
yeah.
like an entire wall that's like an aquarium kind of thing.
So like, is it well lit or is it like a bit like low lit, low lighted? What's the light condition in the room right now?
I would say
If I did not have dark vision, would I be able to see?
I mean, everyone has dark.
Yeah.
We can all see in the rooms. We all
Yeah,
have dark vision.
darkness has no effect on you unless I decide to make it longer than 60 feet.
I do have that vision. I completely forgot that I did.
Yeah. So
That's good to know.
it's not dark. It's you imagine this enchantment probably more low light towards like nighttime
Yeah.
when it's perhaps people are
Okay.
sleeping and they prefer not to have as much light.
Okay.
And then it probably gets a little bit brighter, but subtly, not too much, as
Okay.
the morning
As
comes.
morning approaches.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
it's like one of those lights that like imitates the sunrise. Where it'll, it's healthier to wake up to natural light.
Yeah. In a sense,
Yeah,
it
that
kind
sounds
of
nice.
acts that way. At least you get a sense that with this type of magic, it's very possible.
Okay. Okay. I know what you would do. She walks to the bed, and she just lay down on the bed, facing the pillow, and then give me a second. She screams in the pillow. Do you want me to do a scream?
Yeah, if you want to do a scream, go for it.
I
will yell in my mic, so I'm giving you
let-
permission
let me
to
do it in
scream
the
and yell
pillow,
as well.
yes. Something like that. It was very bad. I'm sorry. I should have done it in the pillow. That would have been better as well. Anyway,
If you scream or it hurts your voice, that's how you know you did it.
something like that. I did it in the pillow this time. And then she just like turned back, like she faced the ceiling, and she's just like, "Yeah, Sebastian." Let me do the tune once again. Sebastian, can I hug you again?
Yes,
we
Miss
talk?
Molly, remember, we can talk. You seem troubled. I will.
Yeah.
He will walk over, and sit on the bed near her, that they may have a conversation.
Yeah. She grab him to hug him. If that's okay.
Yeah. He accepts the hug. He's in no position to not be grabbed. He's not the strongest.
And then she just started petting him.
I think there's only been two that have grabbed like Sebastian. It's either hug by Mana or it's by like the tuft of your neck by Abraham.
Abraham has also hugged Sebastian.
Has he?
Yeah. He was the first
when he
person
went
to hear
out-
Sebastian purr.
When he went out into the woods alone, and Sebastian got separation anxiety.
Oh.
Oh, right. It's the mean slaves that didn't hug you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zelda and Alistair. But it is
I'm
Kalexi.
sure they will argue at some point. It's very okay.
Kalexi has picked me up as well. They carried me to a bed after I fell unconscious.
Ah, that's still shitty.
Okay, it's not a hug, but yeah, I guess.
It was a Princess Carrie instead.
Has picked up Sebastian and taken him to a bed. All right.
And yeah, she paid him for like maybe a minute while she's thinking of like what to say. I'm not sure that she's very good at thinking right now, but still. And then she stopped bugging him because she's like, you know, it's probably not the best like to talk while he's smothered in her breast or anything. So she did some distance, and Sebastian, do you need to be with them to find your friend?
Not really.
They are a bit. I mean, to me, they sound crazy. Like maybe I do not have an upbringing that's really allowed me to have the most common sense granted. But like, do you know Soul of Us, the King of Thorns? Like it's a very evil god, you know.
Miss Ma,
What?
how do I put it? I do not believe fully in good and evil. I believe that there are good choices and there are bad choices. I believe in choice. This is about Ms. Zelda and her book, or whatever deity Abraham follows, if he follows a deity. I have seen them both do very good things. So if their power comes from a evil source,
What?
it is not about where your power comes from. It is about what you do with the power you are given.
I'm sorry, what? Abraham's power come from an evil deity?
And I do not know. Honestly haven't talked much to any of my companions. I've been focused on my own
You
thing,
know.
but
Okay.
what?
Then, okay. Keep going, sorry.
To be honest, you are probably the person I've had the most one-on-one conversations with.
I
But
see.
on the ship, Ms. Zelda, the magic that she has been granted, the only reason that we were able to beat those pirates, kill the men who would have taken Alistair from us.
If I remember correctly, Miss Kietzi did a wonderful shot with that arbalest just before Zelda killed him.
True. But if Zelda hadn't,
Yes, not to say that Zelda didn't participate in it, but
it is my... I am a creature of the Feywild. We are notoriously tricksters,
sorry.
liars, and cheats. Yet you trust me, do you not?
I do. It just. Zelda's plan sounds stupid. Like, I wouldn't mind staying in there just like, cause like everyone apparently doesn't care or doesn't realize like how stupid and like how insane she sounds. But she wants to control some evil god that is known for lying and stuff. Okay, I actually do want to recall knowledge with disadvantage. We established that my character knows about rune origin a bit because like of the fair magic and like elves and stuff. How much would she know about Iliad's origin? Is it Iliath? I think it's Iliath.
Yeah, it depends on. I will ask you first. You can do the roll.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in Mana's upbringing that she would have had to learn Elven lore, or would she have been taught stuff outside of that?
I believe that when she was very young, she did get some stories about that. But like, it was like before 8 years old, maybe around 6 or something. So,
Okay.
she remembers some of it, like Loon and stuff. But it's also our stories.
Yeah.
And she didn't really get another source out of that because she didn't really meet any other elves apart from like her mother.
Yeah.
And the mother stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, you can do recall knowledge.
Okay. Would it be religion or history? Religion, I guess.
Either or.
Okay. I guess I will take history because I do have one more point. I guess.
Very well.
Let's go.
Goddamn.
Jeez.
But is
Okay.
that disadvantage? Would it be a disadvantage because it is?
Oh, that's right.
That is a disadvantage.
Oh,
But-
wow.
Okay,
Holy shit.
Mana
We'll
wins,
get
I
that
guess.
again.
So,
Does she get to get two from the table, or is just one from the table?
just one from the table.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one roll.
I will probably take the booby because there's no point in really taking anything else, I think, right now.
Very well. And what's the total back up to?
I mean, apparently it's
7?
right in the list that we have.
9. It's written down. Hey,
9.
you.
So we're at 9
Yeah,
feet
9.
or
Now
10?
not. We're now at 9.
Now
Yeah,
at 9.
apparently we're on 9 now, yeah.
What do you mean you hate us all? You don't hate me, do you?
Because no one knows numbers apart from me.
I hate
I'm
numbers.
trying
Yeah,
to keep
it's-
track, okay? Kiss my ass.
Learn numbers and I will, motherfucker.
can't.
I
I'm
have an excuse. I told
raised
you all
in
to
this
keep track of
country.
because I won't.
Hi, my name's Jared. I'm 19. I never learned how to fucking read.
Okay, well done for me.
A Mugen for
Not
the
that
anime
I know
Antonia
your
and I
bio.
watched. I only
Yes.
know how to read no.
What? Oh, yeah.
So,
Actually, yeah. I mean,
what would
do
you
you
like
want me
to
to
know?
just?
I would say.
Basically, I was doing that check because, like, I as a person know the origin story of Iliad and like a relation with like the King of Thorns, and I wanted to see if Mana will know that. Like the fact that I mean, I guess I can say it's
for
the fact that
I
like
will,
it was the one that caused to be a naked god and
generally
religion.
you will. It'll be everything I wrote down, but plus a little extra. I'm going to say, because it's a natural 20,
Oh.
on a disadvantage, natural 20 both times.
Yeah.
But also, I'm going to go over it so that way the audience can learn something.
Yes, that sounds good.
There was an old story through. There is the god Loon and the goddess Iliath. They essentially used to be very powerful Fey creatures from the Fey realm. And they've become like the Adam and Eve for elves. They sired the first elves, gained immense power, and moved away from the Fey realm. However, always connected to the Fey realm, Loon himself, the moon, is in the Fey realm as well, as in the material realm. It's his origins, and so it's always been there.
Oh, it's the fluffy moon?
A white silver moon is in the
Okay.
Feywild, is in the Fey realm, as
Ah,
well
I
as
see,
the
I see, I see.
material realm.
Okay.
They ended up making friends, so to speak, with some other deities, and together they've all been collectively been called the Divinity. A large gathering of good aligned deities. However, when the betrayer, you'll hear knowledge of like a betrayer and then the corrupter, the liar. Two different individuals. When the betrayer began his rebellion against the divinity, the deceiver, the liar, the king of tongues, whispered in Iliath's ears for years. Iliath was a goddess of beauty. But ended up becoming, for someone who used to represent beauty in the world in general, like beauty in all things, kept whispering in her ears. And the story essentially goes down that this individual ended up becoming so infatuated with their own beauty, looking at themselves all the time, wants everybody to worship them as the most divine, perfect being to ever exist. This didn't sit right completely with Loon. There were things that were off. Her mannerisms began to change, and eventually, calling it a disagreement. Imagine like the world's worst breakup, but on a god scale.
Yeah.
And Iliath tore her lover's heart out from his chest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
One hell of a breakup.
What's your meta?
and took it with
why I don't
her,
start
as
getting
well
crazy.
as half of the entire elven population sided with her. At that time, this was thousands of years ago, kind of thing, or sundering time, whatever. Maybe not thousands, but quite a big population. And it's also probably one of the reasons why elven societies have dwindled heavily, is because of that.
Okay.
These individuals would soon later become demons, living in the nightmare realms for too long. They've turned into demons that serve, or they serve either themselves or serve Iliath.
Okay.
She became, when she joined the Traitors' rebellion after ripping out her lover's heart, Loon still lives, but kind of in a weird, almost cold state. To where he's still alive, but it's like he has little heart to him. But still cares for his followers in a weird sense. Like it's barely there, right? While his love for elves was so major and big that it was spread throughout all of elven culture, as the worship of the moon was a fine and proud thing, and elves benefited from it. But now it's kind of like, it almost feels like a dying tradition where only some elves do it. Iliath then, with her own selfish desires of herself to be worshipped as the perfect beauty, ends up becoming a thing that, well, in my world, she's the queen of succubuses and incubuses. And all kinds of other demon things too, including torturers.
She's the
and
mother
pain.
of demons, pretty much.
Not quite.
I mean,
Imagine if
she's
there's
enough in that, but you know.
Yeah, there's really like 7 to 8 different factions of demons that were formed, but for her group, all the demons used to be elves.
Mm-hmm. And succubuses and incubuses, I guess.
The incubuses and succubuses were elves, but they get to change their form at will.
That's good.
She herself changed, and she's been known to drink the blood of virgins. She's been known to torture unending to just keep herself pleasured, and she became kind of like this lustful evil goddess. But also not just lust in like sexual manners, but lustful in like an addiction to perfection.
Okay.
It also means someone who overdoses something on a magical drug could also be a follower of her.
Mm-hmm.
It's like excess addiction and stuff, and pleasures.
Yeah, she's
But
the goddess of junkies.
Yeah, the goddess of pleasure. So in whatever way you think that is, if you're a junkie, if it's sexual related, or even if you love pain, right? If you are a masochist,
I mean, you can be a pain junkie.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. People who are also just obsessed with themselves, like if they fall in the same vein as she did, of, if there's a handsome man who just sees himself in the mirror all day, he might be a little bit more corruptible by her.
Okay.
People who just see themselves.
But
that's the narcissistic, exactly. I'm not good with words, so I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
She is also people say she still holds the heart of Loon still to this day. Other people say she devoured the heart, hence her needing to drink blood of virgins.
Okay.
Or some people say that she doesn't need to, and it's just she's messed up now.
She does sound a bit messed up. Okay.
But yeah, that's the general story.
Okay. No, I have to think how she relates that to Sebastian.
Yeah.
So, see, my grandmother or something. Like, she was a fake goddess, Ilias. You might have heard of her because, she's also an evil goddess now. And like, there was also my great grandfather, Lune. Like, they kind of birth our lives, like, yeah, all of us. Anyway, yeah, side of us, he made us, he made Ilya break with, he caused Ilya to break with my great grandfather. And then, like, all of the elves decided to join Ilya after she decided to rip Lune's heart apart. And apparently she took it with him as well, with her. And and then apparently on their succubuses, like, good for them, but I mean, also not good for everyone, right? Because succubuses are a bit too hungry. Also incubuses as well. I mean, they kill you when they feed on people. If they have no moderation, that would be good. But like, she's the kind of the goddess of fences, and she does everything too much and over the top, and she does. She's not a very nice person. And you say you don't believe in good and evil, but like, I think usually when people are good, they are nice people, and when people are bad, they are bad. When people are bad, they are bad people. I mean, evil, they are bad people, and like, usually like good people are good. So I mean, like, she she actually kind of messed up my quite grandmother. So as an alpha, I think you probably don't want you to mess with him. I mean, like, she was a goddess, and like she still got goddess, and like Zelda for some reason, like just uh, her Yuan-Ti, like just a humanoid thinks like she can take him and like mess with him and like outsmart him, and it's just so insane. It's like whatever, like if you want to stick with them, like I do want to stick with you. Just I do not vibe with that plan. I do not know what the vibe is. Don't ask me.
The best way, Miss Mana, to make sure
Yes.
nothing bad happens, to be there in case something bad does happen.
Yes.
And you said that that good people are good and bad people are bad. Am I a good person? Would you see me as a good person?
You've been a good person to me. And as far as I've seen, you've been good in general.
I have killed an unarmed man. I have stolen from so many people. I mean, like, pull out the necklace of rings. This is a little thing of trophies I keep with me. Each one of these was acquired off of a different person in a different town.
Mm-hmm.
I would be chased out with pitchfork and torch if I went to some towns in certain parts of this land. It is about choice. And while you might not vibe with Ms. Zelda's choice, the best we can do is make sure we are there to help if it goes wrong, and celebrate if it goes right.
No, why such a stupid plan goes right? I would like to say, yeah, stealing is not good. I do not think that because you do something not good for you or bad or anything. And I would say that I do think that you should consider what those items meant to people that you stole to. Like it could have been something precious or something, and
I made sure that all of these rings were stolen from the exuberantly wealthy that have more money than sense.
So see, you're trying to, even for you do something that would be considered objectively bad, stealing, you're still trying to do it in a good way because you're a good person.
Oh, then again, I also caused problems in that wizard's tower.
What happened? I mean, did anything happen actually? I just know that like we left because like there was a door, and like I don't know, I just walked out the door because I was looking for you, and then everyone walked out the door. I'm not really sure.
I may or may not have freed a bunch of very powerful monsters. And he'll just like have like a smile, like he was complete, like he like said like it's just a normal Tuesday.
What was he having them locked up or something?
Well, it appears he was studying them. But one of them was one of them was the lord of my one of the lords of my Fey court. So
The Court of Silence.
yes, I am a member of the Court of Silence.
Actually, I really wanted to talk to you about face stuff because originally, like, I thought, like, the party, like, they don't want to, like, get too many eyes and stuff, and I was like, oh, maybe we can wish you to, like, Fae people to be like, hey, make relationship with them, and the party wouldn't get paranoid about being recognized by and make relationship with important people. But no, I mean there's no way because I mean Loon is like still from the Fey world, and I mean she would probably not see kindly to that whole thing as well. But yeah, whatever. Uh, yes. I mean, you did that to free someone that was important to you, right?
Still put a lot of people in danger. According to good people standards, that is, I did a bad thing. Now,
I mean, no.
Miss Mama,
Mhm.
we can continue this conversation, but you are wasted.
I'm fine. I just drank a bit.
I do suggest you go to sleep, Miss Mana.
But we weren't put in danger. We're fine. We just walked out of the tower. And I mean, the town isn't burning, so clearly, it wasn't that bad.
Because of my actions, I almost died, Miss Mana.
She will try her best to check at disadvantage knowing that. Because she didn't even try earlier. Oh no, you did get healed though. Did you get healed at all, Sebastian?
I don't think I got healed. The only way I regained hit points is because we're about to do a long rest.
Yeah, she will do a percentage check at disadvantage.
I'll leave it up to.
I believe she would notice, yeah.
I'll leave it up to Sebastian.
Just looking for any sign of wounds. She would just touch him around and I'd see look for any sign of him being
With
hurt.
the 15, there are no visible sword marks or slash marks or entry wounds. There are no visible wounds to him because all of his damage was necrotic.
Yeah, but his fur got discolored or something, right?
Slightly. It was like a lighter shade of gray. Like,
would she notice with that 15?
I don't think she would. The most notable thing would probably be he had sunken eyes. Is probably
it's
the
difficult
most
to say
notable.
too because it's also the lighting of the room.
Fair.
You have dark vision, but dark vision comes in black and white.
Yeah, it
so
does.
The color you're seeing, it's still kind of dim, and the colors are shifting because there's the green light passes by, so his fur looks green, and the purple looks purple, so it's like you can't really tell the difference.
It's very hard to tell shades of black and white on black and white fur.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do a wisdom save. At disadvantage, DC. Let's say DC 15, sure. Wisdom.
To see what?
What? That's if you fail. Just to see if, even if she doesn't see any wound, she will use a cure wound. Okay, she did fail the Windows save, so she will use a cure wound at level 2. No, she doesn't see any wound, but you told her that you were hurt, so she's like
almost died.
Wait, no, yeah, almost. Oh yeah, almost died too as well. So you do get 11 healing.
Oh, you're 11.
She's just hugging you tighter, just pulling her to you and using cure wound from her hands.
I like to imagine you didn't even intentionally do cure wounds. It was just you hugging Sebastian.
Yeah.
That you're the magic
in the drunken state.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What does it look like when you do cure wounds? What's the magical effect look like?
A sound of bells of light bells resonate in the air, soothing sound, and some a purple light that blends a bit with the lining wraps around Sebastian and make the wounds get better.
Very well. Purple glow
Yeah.
kind of emanates around you
Mm-hmm.
and Sebastian, you're healed to fill 11. Though you're going to do a long rest, but
Yeah.
you never know. I could have an
Actually,
assassin in the
is it
room, so 11 hit
16?
points makes a difference.
No, it's 11. No, it's 16. Wait, do I get the 5 plus 11?
Oh, yes.
So actually, I recover 16.
Yeah, it would be 16.
Oh.
16. I think.
I mean, not that it matters, but.
Oh, no.
I'm literally-
No, it is 11, because the dice result was a 6
Ah, okay.
plus
okay.
5, so it already added it. So it is 11.
Okay.
So that puts me.
I
That's
mean-
decent.
No, see, the 5 is charisma. Plus 5 charisma. So it is. Because like it's 1d8, and then 1 additional d8 per level. I think.
1d8 plus 5.
Let me do it again.
1d8,
It's like,
and it got a 6.
it's still d8 with level 2, no? And I got the
Unless you-
charisma modifier.
You cast it at a higher level?
Yeah, I only have level
16
2
then,
anyway,
yeah.
so I can only cast it at level 2.
It's 16
Yeah,
because
so-
the higher level casting was a
Yep.
3.
I use all my level 1 on that armor anyway, so.
Gotcha. So
It is 16, yeah.
That is 16.
16. Okay.
Okay.
So wait, you're using
Puts me
2 level
one-
1s or you used the level 2?
Yeah, what?
Did you use a level 2 slot to cast at a higher level, or did you use 2 level 1s?
Yes. No, I use a level 2 slot.
Okay.
That puts me 1 point below max health.
That's good.
But you're
Yeah,
just
literally have no level 1.
yeah. Well, I mean, if this was a second level, this is no big deal. This is just for like future sessions when you cast it. So like,
Yeah.
because the dice results there, you're adding plus 5 to both of those, even though you cast it as one spell as a second level.
No, the first one doesn't have the.
Yeah, the first one's
That's
only
fine.
1d8 plus 5.
It just,
Yeah, the first one is only 1
They
d8.
both are adding plus 5 because it's treating it like a.
you don't add plus 5 to both. It's just because it's in the for high level you get an extra d8. So I can
Yeah. It's like.
Miss-
it says
mi-
the first one is like 1 d8.
Mis-
Like a 5.
miscommunication here. Let me clarify what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's the first one would be a total of 11, but you only roll an extra d8, which that second
Yeah.
roll was an 8, so it would actually be 19. Because you only add plus 5 to it once, because it's one spell cast, right?
Yeah.
Because
So
both
you
of
mean
those
it would
results
be
have a plus
all?
5 to each of those, is what I'm saying.
No, you don't. Like if you read that at high levels, when you're using a second level or higher, it increases just by a d8. It doesn't increase by a d8.
Yeah, it's
And your
increased
spell
by 1
modifier.
d8.
No,
Yeah.
Bragan is looking at the numbers on Roll20. You have an 11 healing, and then you have the second number, which is a 13,
13.
healing. He's taking the
No,
D8,
no.
which is an 8.
No, it's a 5 healing, and the second number is an 11.
What?
I read it wrong.
Numbers, how do they work? The numbers,
Like,
Nathan, what do they mean?
Right.
the
Eight,
one
so
that I
hang
made is
on.
like
8
a
plus
recent
5 is 13. Right? We agree there.
Yes.
Then because it was second level, you roll an additional d8. We're all in agreement.
Yes, which is the top one.
Hang on.
Oh,
We're all in agreement.
Oh,
Right.
I am
Bragan's an idiot. We got it.
Are you in this scene, Aiden? Get out of here.
Oh, I do apologise for knowing numbers.
Oh no!
You fucking
He's getting there.
American dickhead.
That's
As soon as
fired.
I'm seeing my mistake, you say, "Yeah, you're an idiot." Okay.
Oh,
You're an
so
idiot.
mean.
I'll let you be the
Wow.
GM then. Ugh.
All right,
did confuse
everyone
me as
gets
well.
to be level 5 as I
Fuck
become
you.
GM.
I don't
An
want. You can
influx
take me
of
level 5 and shove it up your ass.
as you get an influx of mustache powers.
No, you were right. I was mistaking. I wasn't looking at the top number. I was looking at the second number, the 11 and the 13 only. I wasn't looking
Yeah,
at the 3 and the
What
13.
11 are you talking about, man?
There is an
This is
11
what it's
after the
all.
wisdom
Oh, it's
save.
what it's
That's
fucking.
all
It was a
about
everything
right
double
here.
more.
cast, right? So you use
Yeah,
two.
because I do it twice to check.
Use
Yeah.
two second level
Cool.
spell
So
castings. Right, so
No, I
everybody's
it's
only
wrong.
use
16
one.
and 16. So
I was
I
it's
only
thinking both
use
of
22.
one. I did the second one
Whoa,
to check
whoa.
it.
So
So it's still
everybody's wrong.
16.
Cool.
I'm fucking doing bread, motherfucker. At least I'm not sitting there going, no, you're wrong because of this. I'm off on the side saying you're wrong.
Okay, I got
Anyway, you
15
can
Fucking
points. That's
succeed.
all that matters.
Anyway, none of this matters.
My bad, guys.
It
My
doesn't.
bad.
It's okay.
Math
Uh,
tangent aside.
Yeah, I don't think it's confusing to have like the additional 1d8 on top of like the normal number.
Yeah, it should really include
Think
it in
it
the
would
whole
be.
thing.
Yeah. Anyway,
Job, team.
what were we doing? Oh yeah, she healed him, and she hugged him at the same time, and she hugged him tight, and she's like,
Oh shit.
uh,
So,
I wrote for you, you know. What's up? I wrote for you, you know. You should have brought me there. You shouldn't have gone alone. I could have died. I mean, why are you saying you nearly died? Actually, didn't you say you were familiar that couldn't die? Like, what is it? Like, anyway, like, I
Oh.
don't care. Just don't go alone, please.
I will try to be better about that, Miss Mana. But
I
yes,
will be there for you.
I am a familiar, so if I were to, he does air quotes, die, I would poof back to the Feywild, and then my person would just be able to summon me back.
Whoever is your master, your person that summoned you?
What was that?
I mean, you said that someone could summon you back? Who?
Oh, yes. Willow, my person.
I mean, you're searching for them. They could
Yes,
just summon you back at any time by their side, is what you say?
He starts to get a bit quiet. You see, like, a tiny look of sadness appear on his face. He goes, well, yes, but so, and if they haven't, that leaves me with kind of two options. But that's not important.
What do you mean, two options?
Well, there are two reasons why she probably hasn't summoned me back. Either she is dead, or I am no longer wanted.
Then doesn't that mean that you will die?
No, because I would still be alive in the Feywild.
Okay, I would like to do an Arcana check at disadvantage to see what she knows about Familia and like, you know, all that match with the story.
Sure.
She's not a wizard, man, you, so she doesn't know that much. Okay, 5 anyway.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, okay. I see. I mean, then we still wouldn't never see you again. So, please don't go alone.
Okay. I will.
Haven't.
I will try not to go alone. If
Yeah,
you
but-
try to get some sleep.
Yeah. I would say fine. And like, even if she doesn't want you by your side, which she would be silly to, because you're lovely and very cute and very workable. I want you by my side, so please don't go anywhere.
He'll nod, and as he's doing this, he's trying to like softly tuck in Mana into bed. Like he's done this before. He's had many a drunk conversation.
Yeah, she's still hugging him as hard as she can, by the way. And yeah, she's falling
Well-
asleep.
I'll wait until she falls asleep, and then he'll go and study his map.
Do you wanna do a strength check to see if you can? Because she's not letting go of you.
Acrobatics versus her strength.
Yeah, sure.
Breaking that being acrobatics versus her strength. 'Cause if she's not letting me go, and I'm trying to wiggle out.
I assume for me it has to be athletics. It can be acrobatics.
It would be strength based, not dexterity based.
Yeah, yeah. 11. I have a -1 too, so.
I do slip out, and then I'm gonna go study my map for a bit.
Okay.
Then probably climb back in. Like, I'm not gonna climb into her arms, but I'm gonna like sleep on her stomach, just curled up in a little ball,
Oh.
like how a cat would.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm doing. Oh yeah. Is there something you want me to roll for studying my map? I'm trying to. No.
No,
So
before.
she falls asleep. I slip out of her arms, go study my map for like an hour or so, then climb back in to the bed and go to sleep. I bet. Okay. Okay.
Realize for the recording side, I was muted, not for you guys in our game, but the audience did not hear me. But Nazdan is a location for Dark Oak to the north, which is really close, but it doesn't seem to go too much into the Dark Forest itself. It seems to proceed on into another region that's past the Dark Forest, which is the Kingslands. So the road goes northwest into the forest, but then kind of turns southwest to get to Nazdan. But then the road goes northward to one called Caliph.
Vox Machina, question mark.
And with these points of interest, with you knowing what exactly I'm looking for, do I know which direction will lead me closest to
So
the thing I'm looking for?
this is not a map made by those individuals. Otherwise,
Yes.
you would be able to tell. The points of interest, I'll get to in a second, and it's up to you, decision-wise, to decide where to go based on their names and the symbol it gives. What I'm naming off are the civilized locations. So the person you're looking for could be in one of those. And the last one is Durkandar Ilayu. There is no dotted path to it, but it is on the map. So it might be some sort of civilized location or settlement that doesn't necessarily have roads to it, but has been visited. Hence, the map makers put it on the map. It is far on the western edges. Farthest location of all of these in the Cursed Forest. And
So
I'll put it in the chat.
how far away would that place be from where we currently are, from Bridgetown?
Kind of depends on your mode of travel. If you're by foot or by horse. Also depends on you get it. If the path is clear and it's not overgrown or giving too many issues, most likely it would be 5 or 6 days.
Okay.
Maybe more, depending if there are things that become obstacles. Now, there are 3 points of interest in the Cursed Forest as well. These are either points of interest or places that they marked on the map to avoid. These are, and I might as well just copy and paste them here. Madman's Glade, the Hive Mounds, and Gloom Lake. Gloom Lake appears to be some sort of lake marked on the map, and they have a drawing of like a person in the lake. Madman's Glade, they just have like a beware symbol for Madman's Glade. And then Hive Mounds, it just has picture of hills, but you're not sure what it's about. These are kind of spread out among the Cursed Forest, and there are a couple other splotches, but they're kind of not named. They're just kind of like marked, like One says bandit sightings as of this date. But those are like far away from those roads, those paths. You see they're a bit more like north of Caliph, because there's a road that seems to go into the territory of the Kingslands that might eventually lead up to the road that the fort goes beyond.
What of those three is the closest to Bridgetown?
Of the
If I
points of
may
interest,
Yes.
they're kind of evenly spaced. One is a little bit more north of the path, one is a bit more south of the path. Gloom Lake is south, and Hive Mounds is north. The Madman's Glade is a bit further out, closer to Caliph.
Okay.
And what you're seeing, Caliph and Nazdan are both like symbolized with like it's a town. Like the person who drew the art in for it was marking it as some sort of town or city or something. For Durkander Eleyu, it looks like a tower.
Okay.
So, based on the investigation roll, though, you don't know where the person you're looking for could be. But they'd indeed be somewhere. Would they be in a civilized location? Would they be using one of these points of interest as a hideout? You have a feeling it's probably not Fort Dark Oak, that for sure, because that's more probably a heavier militarized area, and someone of his repute probably does not want to be too close to them.
Okay. Well, after I figure all that out, I will climb back into the bed and go to sleep.
Very well. You all have a night's rest, and you get a long rest completed. So for the two who took damage last time,
Oh yeah.
for Sebastian and Alistair, you both recover to full.
I heal 1 point.
You heal 1 point.
I had 5.
You had 5 hit points left,
Yeah.
so you healed
Fucking
I
one
hell,
would
point.
have had
dude.
10. I would have had 10
nearly
if someone
killed-
hadn't just swung their fucking axe and almost killed
I'm
me.
sorry. I still feel bad. That would have been your second character I killed as well. It'd been brilliant.
No, don't feel bad. I'm the one who made the door open at the right moment for me.
I would imagine Abraham, the moment he did that, would have probably tried to heal me.
Oh yeah, I would.
Or
I
unless
would
he
have
just
used
wanted to let me
every
die. I don't
spell.
know. Hey.
He would have
Mana
like
would
grabbed
have
you
been
and
as
used
well.
every spell he has in his like pockets.
Mana could have healed you as well.
That
Weren't you
indeed could have
wasted by
been.
that point?
Hmm?
Yeah, she was
Weren't you
wasted.
drunk by that point?
Yeah, I mean, she would have
Monologue.
realized, you know.
Yeah, I think
Someone dies in
I
front
could
of her, she would
definitely,
have
I could
noticed.
definitely say that Abraham definitely pumped a bunch of healing magic into Alistair to get him healthy, as recompense
wishes he
for
punched me,
slashing
I was
with the
gonna say
axe.
him.
Yeah.
It wasn't a slash, it was a bitch slap, as we agreed. He hit him
Oh
with the
right,
flag.
that's right.
Yeah.
Last
It was,
second,
Yeah.
it was a low damage.
still
Turn hit at the
hurts.
last second. Bam!
Got punched with
It
an
was
axe.
like that one guy from For Honor. I forget his name now. The one with the axe.
There's a couple of them with axes.
The
too
he's
specific.
from I think he was in the samurai clan.
You,
He's the one that got
you
that
talking
has
about
the
the
mask.
Hitokiri?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hits people with the
Yeah,
flat
with
of
the
his axe.
with the flat side. That's what I thought of.
That's after
Don't-
though he chops at your legs where you go down to your knees and you happen to be like waist height and he just spins around and smacks you in the face with it.
Details.
Bro styles on you then.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. He does a thing where it's a heavy weapon. He hits the legs and he keeps spinning, and then he just hits him in the face with the
This was my
momentum
mistake.
when they drop to their knees.
As
Sorry.
much I mentioned something cool.
Yeah, no. It was my mistake. I should never have mentioned For Honor in front of Brigham. That's my bad.
High skill ceiling game, but I like it. I love it.
Yep. Anyway.
So we wake up from a long rest.
Dead. We're all dead.
Yes.
New
None
campaign.
of you saw the assassin I put in each of your rooms. No, just kidding.
Even
Oh.
with Justine keeping watch.
What's Justine's perception?
That is true.
Depends. He could
That
be
is true.
oblivious.
Even with that superpower I have called Wood Sentry, where there's always a Wood Sentry with a 30 passive perception.
Well, it's a good thing they have 100 to stealth.
Fuck! Got me.
Alistair would have no regrets. He fucked a devil.
But no, you all awake to a new day. We're gonna move over to. We'll move to Abraham first. What will
Sweet.
Abraham do as he gets up this morning?
How early is it? Roughly.
8-ish, 8 to 9.
Is there a breakfast included in our rooms?
From what you've seen, it's not your typical inn, though none of you asked if you got food either.
What
No.
time did you say it was?
It's like 8 or 9 in the morning.
Because like didn't we fall asleep like by like 5 p.m. or something like that? I think it was very early.
That is true. So, when do you think you'd be up, Abraham?
Oh, you know, like 6 in the morning.
Very well.
I don't know. He'd be probably up quite early. He's used to the early starts.
I'd say the people who got maybe injured maybe would sleep till like maybe 8 or 9.
He'd probably be up like 6:30, 7-ish.
All right.
I think the first two that wake up are probably Kalexi and Abraham, because Mana was wasted and Alistair and Shadow were both injured.
I assume she would actually definitely wake up after 8 hours and be like complain about a massive headache actually.
What was he? You were drunk. Give me
Yeah.
a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit. She will definitely have a headache, I guess. She didn't even eat yesterday.
If you succeed, you wake up early as soon as your 8 hours are up. If you fail, you're sleeping in. You're
Yeah,
sleeping
that's
in. You're getting that good 10, 11 hours sleep.
That's
Oh,
good.
she's getting that Leonidas sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Leonidas is chronic. He did that all the time.
Oh,
I can sleep anywhere cold. That was a white dragonborn.
Should have put you in a desert, then you'd be suffering.
I would say, damn right, I would be
Nah,
suffering.
desert,
He was
deserts get
suffering when he had
colder.
to wear that fucking outfit for the fucking rich noble party.
Oh, right. Yeah, deserts are cold at night.
Yeah, because they got no cloud coverage, motherfucker.
A
That
volcano.
that just means disadvantage on Constitution saving throws during the travel to not get exhaustion.
Yeah,
Hell
yeah, motherfucker.
yeah.
That's all I keep saying, motherfucker.
But yeah.
Okay.
All right. So we'll have 3, because Sebastian, I think it's going to be the same for you. You've received harrowing, not physical wounds necessarily, but harrowing wounds. And though you've been healed, there's always that weird, like, feeling.
Yeah, necrotic is nasty.
Yeah.
The residual ouchie.
It's like not even an ouchie. It's like I just feel sick
like
without being like diseased. It's just something's off.
Only in D&D where you say it's not even an ouchie.
It's not, in a way. It's like
Sorry.
it's like if you got bronchitis because the necrosis, like the necrotic damage, withered your lungs a little bit, right? It's like it hurts, but it's like, can you call it like a wound? Kind of depends on the
Yeah.
spell, I guess. If it withers your external.
Aftershock.
Yeah. But yeah, you're fully healed. There's no issues. But
Mm.
you probably sleep in as well. Alistair sleeps in, which means Kalexi, if you wish to be early, you can as well. And Abraham, you're waking up early. Zelda will be sleeping in.
Kalexi would be waking up early just to do the normal exercise and making sure her equipment, the bow, is alright.
All right, some morning equipment. Morning exercises, I mean, and checking on your equipment. Well, Abraham, what do you wish to do? Oh, that's right. You said you wanted to seek out food. A breakfast.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't be too early. Like it probably would be 6, 7, I assume, because you did some wood carving still before you slept.
Yeah.
It's not an early
If you want to do a crafting moment, it'll at least the amount of time you're working on it will take when they all wake up. Minus Kalexi. But I imagine if you're doing your little workouts and stuff, Kalexi, that probably takes a little bit of time, right? To do. Kind of morning stuff.
Yeah, I will.
You know, I would like to attempt to convert the torches that I have in my inventory that are completely useless
Because you all have dark vision.
into stakes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
Abraham
what
learned
is
transmutation.
these?
He's on his Zelda shit. He's becoming a wizard. Would that be wood carving or carpenters?
Your choice.
I'd say carpenters because wood carving's more intricate. This is just like shaving them down to a point. Could I guidance
I guess
it?
so. You would slow your progress down because it'll last a minute, and this is going to take longer than a minute, essentially. It doesn't take too long,
I've only got 7 torches. Yeah.
but it's still like making sure they're sharp, right? That they're not half-assed. You can do it, but it will be like it takes longer.
I'm gonna slow myself down with guidance because Abraham knows that this is a very important thing.
So it's like
And he's
at every
fine with
minute
it.
as you're working at it, guidance. Guidance.
he just like hits himself in the knee with a file. Focus. Leech. It's like,
It just 6 seconds every minute. Like it's quite efficient.
it's lumberjack Tourette's.
Lumberjack Tourette's? Yeah, that's really probably what it is.
What the fuck?
Wood chipper!
Not wood chip.
X-Blade. X-Blade.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Alright.
that's what I see in my head now.
X-Blade.
If we ever do a modern campaign, I'll make it cop. Alright.
Alright.
10. Fuck me. Could I,
I'll give you
instead
a
of
choice
getting them
here.
all...
Are you trying to rush to get them all done?
No.
Or are you trying to make sure that they are the few you can get are well done?
He would rather have a few that are good rather than, you know, all that are bad.
Very well. Roll a d4 for me. Because you have 7
Hell
total,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yes!
4 of them are made into stakes.
Pan!
And you did not fail enough that you ruined any of the torches. So you still have 3 that can be converted.
Shit, yeah. So it goes down to 3 torches. 4 stakes. And I'm adding stakes to my weapon. Because I'm fucking Tavern Brawler. I'm guessing it'd be a
that's
dagger.
right. What was that?
I'm guessing it would be like a dagger, basically. Like use
Yeah.
a D4.
Yeah, it would probably be like a dagger. I'd say it's the equivalent of that. But yeah, Tavern Brawler, you could definitely use those. You know, I would count you as being like proficient with them. Especially since stakes, killing vampires, kind of your thing.
And yeah, once he's done, he will go and see about breakfast.
Alright. It's around when you finish that everybody awakens as well. Depending on how long... No, yeah. One by one, you all leave the room and you go to seek out breakfast, and the receptionist, the drow elf, she... no, it's not her. It's someone else at the moment. You see it's a male drow elf. Short, kind of buzz-cutty white hair. Sees you enter. Well, hello, guests. Did you enjoy your rest?
Yes, sir. It was. I like the lighting effect that you have on the rooms. It's very soothing.
By
Yes.
the way, sorry, if that's fine, Mana is like not there. She probably would have just asked Sebastian to like get her water and food because she likely have a headache and she's just like, yeah, could you get me some?
All right.
So yeah.
The room was fine.
Glad to hear. It's my sister's magic. She takes quite the pride in her enchantments.
It was as lovely as last time.
Oh, welcome back. You've seen him before. You've learned that the 2 drow elves are... He looks very similar to her, that they are twins.
Oh.
Well, good to see you again, Miss Coletzi. Welcome back here.
Thank you.
So, can I get you something to eat? Looks to Abraham. And then to anyone else. I don't know who actually is there. You all can be awoken at one by one, but Zelda will be there kind of... She'll say, I'm fine, thank you. As she'll just attempt her own cantrip, trying to make food taste good for her own supply.
If I could have some water and then a larger portion of food.
Alistair's just gonna say, no, thank you. I have my rations. He's gonna
Is the
eat. He's gonna
food Oh,
No,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm done.
As is the food included in the price of the room?
Yes, it is.
In
At
that
least
case,
for
could I have?
breakfast. We do not
Yes.
serve lunch or dinner,
Hmm.
but we allow our guests who are leaving or have to attend business and are coming back later to have at least one meal coming in. So-
Yes, could I get some water and eggs with eggs and corn cakes, please?
Eggs and corn cakes. Very well.
I'll have an omelet with just some toast. Is fine with me.
Very well. We do not have tables here, so for those of you who are new, you either take it with you or it is delivered to your rooms to be consumed. Are you quite all right with that?
I am, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Iluath Inovavata. Anyone understand Elvish?
Yeah.
Ma.
Let's see, does Kalexi know Elvish? She does not.
TM.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think our intelligence is like +0. No, no, she has +1 in intelligence, so she would only know common. Would you allow her to know Elvish as well? Oh no, actually,
I would say as half Elven you would understand Elven, unless
Yeah,
you make
okay.
it a personal choice to say, I was raised
No,
by a
she
human side of
probably
my
would have
family,
been-
was nowhere near elves.
She
But
probably would have been wise to know it. Okay, thank you.
yeah. But yeah, it would be. But for additional languages, I would say.
Oh, never mind. It's from a background actually that you know the language. I definitely have Elvish. Never mind.
Okay. Well, Abraham, you're the only one at present who understands him. Oh wait, Kalexi, do you know Elvish? I forget.
Okay, no, I'm not muted. I said no, she doesn't.
Gotcha. He basically said, by the stars and the moon, I will return shortly.
Abrams respond in Elvish. Just like kindly, sir. Same accent, everything's the same.
What does it sound
Oh,
like when you say Elvish, but everyone else doesn't understand that's around you?
Ooh. Ooh.
Fuck, there's a really bad time to have not watched Lord of the Rings.
What do you think it sounds? Elvish is very graceful, if that helps.
Day fantas two, sale. Like it's
Yeah.
best way I can describe
Sounds great with
Abraham
a southern
speaking.
accent.
Yeah, the best way I can describe Abraham speaking any foreign language is if someone from the deep south tried to speak the language. Like clearly they're fluent, but the accent is just persistent.
The
It's
accent never goes.
It's like someone with a heavy Australian accent trying to teach people how to. He's like trying to speak Spanish.
Parlez-vous français?
Yeah.
Oh, no hablo, no hablo español, señor. Por favor.
Hola,
Yeah, por
¿cómo
favor.
está?
Por favor.
But yeah, it's very much like that. But he understands you. You can speak it.
Yeah.
Nods and goes to get your food. He arrives not too long. Like you're only waiting there for like 3 minutes before there is fresh plate of what was it you asked for? Eggs and corn cakes.
Corn cakes.
They both look like they're fresh, and the omelet for. Was there anything else with your dish, Alexi?
Toast.
And toast, freshly made for the two of you. You're handed glass of water for those who asked for it, including you, Abraham. You, Sebastian. God damn it. The names, brain. I'm smacking myself.
Family.
Family.
You'll always be my brother. Sorry.
But yeah, your individual meals are handed off to you. Zelda didn't want anything. Maybe she asked for a glass of water.
I imagine it'd be a glass of wine.
Yeah, and she probably told you to get her a glass of water, Abraham.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sebastian's going to take his food right back to the room that he and Mana were in.
Yeah, because it's so small and you ask for a larger portion, like, can you barely, like, carry it because it's very big? Or...
And it's like the Monster Hunter cats.
Yeah.
That's
Apolito.
fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
carrying the
Hey,
food around.
Before we will split up with our food, Abraham will say, could we all talk over breakfast to make a plan for the day? If everyone is all right with that.
Yeah.
Should I get Miss Mana? She had a headache. Didn't want to sit down.
Well, if it is all right with you, we could breakfast in your room.
As long as we're not being too loud.
Whoa. Abraham, boundaries.
I'm
My God.
somewhat confused. I was breakfasting with friends. Weird.
I guess if you don't think it is, let's go.
Is this one of those moments where there is a double entendre that I'm not seeing?
A what?
A double entendre when you say one thing, but another thing is another thing is implied by your sentence. I learned this one from my mother. She said getting coffee with someone means that you would like to have relations with them.
Huh. I'll have to try that sometime. Never thought I'd be getting educated on shit like that from you.
I have come to learn that I'm very bad at sexualness and emotions, but I'm somewhat good with words. The accent would not suggest that though.
Most people assume we have a lower IQ the second we have this
Most
accent.
people assume my town is quite foolish. Lumberjacks. We actually pride ourselves on our linguistic skills and our woodwork.
Okay. So, we go into the room then? Yeah, Alistair just completely ignored what the hell he just said.
For one thing,
He's just doing his normal rant thing again.
There's something I want to say for you, Abraham. I will. I'm gonna say it to you in your DMs, though.
There's something I'd like to say to you. I'll text it to you though, so I won't say it.
I was about to say it, and then I'm like, no, it's probably better to keep it until revealed by you or in some other manner.
once everyone said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go to your room to discuss plans," Sebastian would have headed off early to pretty much give Mana a heads up, bring her food.
Very well. For your home, you got that, Abraham?
Yes, sir.
Because you were talking
Wow.
about yep. Because I originally chose a place that had no water sources near it, but when you were saying that they get it shipped, I'm like, makes okay. They need to be. They either need to be on a great river or along the coasts of an ocean.
He thinks it's the ocean because he's very much not his father's son.
It from a
It's a big body of water. That must be the ocean.
that must be the ocean. But then when you get to the actual ocean, you're like, wow,
Well, that is big.
that is big. No wonder they call it the Big Blue.
That's the difference. That's the difference between an ocean and the sea.
I see. The ocean and the sea are the same thing. So a
No,
lake
they're not.
and the ocean. I seen that. 'Cause a lake is like that. Alright, sorry. So we're breakfasting.
Yeah. In
Uh,
Mana and Sebastian's room.
wouldn't you guys have to fetch Zelda first as well?
Zelda
Zelda's
is
with her.
in the area, but I think she's going to.
Okay.
She's going to stay at the doorway, farthest away from Mana.
Yeah, how much time does Mana have to prepare before they come in? Because like Sebastian came early to like.
Do they prepare or do they all
divide.
come in? That's the one thing.
I mean, Sebastian came in like while they were discussing about coming in. You know, they had a whole argument.
I don't know how much of a head start I had, because like the instant they're like, "Oh, we'll just meet up in your room," Sebastian went, "Okay, meet up in my room," and then went off to tell Mana. So that
Yeah.
entire like double entendre.
So you're trying to race. They're trying to like get there first.
I'm in there first so I can warn Mana and so
Gotcha.
that
Because one thing is that's your running speed is super fast. Your walking speed can be the same as everybody else. So if you're trying to go in a rush to let her prepare, which is totally fine, you know, that's when you use your incredible speed.
Yeah.
Is when you're running. It's not necessarily for casual
speed,
walking.
just speed walking.
Yeah.
They also had a 2-minute argument about like if it was a good idea or not.
Yeah, all right. Sebastian, you get in the room. Mana's on the bed, still recovering from basically a little hangover, but I'm not going to penalize you with a exhaustion yet.
Thank you. She did sleep in.
Yeah, exactly.
Miss Mana,
Yes.
everyone's coming to our room to discuss the plans for tonight. They should be here in a few minutes.
She sighed audibly and she just grabbed the glass of water. Because like you bought water, or she just poured herself a glass of water. She drank it, and she would have slept in her clothes, I guess, because she was young. So at least she doesn't have to change her clothes. She can take a shower, and she would like just stop laying down and she would just sit on the bed and before they come, if she has time after that, just like 30 seconds or something, she would say, Sebastian, before they come, if I ever need to steal that book because their plan goes bad, would you help me?
I would try. She keeps
Okay,
that
that's
book
all.
on the. She keeps
Yeah.
that book very closely guarded.
I have some magic. And I'm whispering that, by the way, just in case.
I've stolen from Zelda before.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. And yeah, that's all. And then she would just wait for them, I guess. While sagging.
Very well.
Anything on the bed? Because she never got to eat on the bed before. It's the first time. She's still happy about it.
Oh, if there are things on the bed?
No, she's eating on the bed because she was never allowed to do that at home. So
Oh yeah. You enjoy your meal on the bed.
Oh.
I mean, if you're a messy eater, some of it probably falls off the plate. If you're not, I mean, you're eating in bed.
She's
It's
not
a
a
it's a
messy
good
eater,
it's a
yeah.
feeling.
Yeah.
It's like a sick day, but you're actually having fun. Till eventually, one by one, the rest of the party come into the room. Alexei and Abraham with their plates of food. Alistair as well, and then followed by Zelda, who kind of stays near the door.
I wish you asked my permission first before, coming into my room.
Oh no, Abraham's gonna knock on the door. Dude's like a vampire. He needs permission to enter.
Okay, I need someone else permission. Yeah, she would say come in, I guess, in a very tired voice.
You didn't do that with my
That's it.
bandits. Well, actually, no. You kicked it. That's knocking. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
never mind.
I knocked with my foot. Just so happens the gate was not as sturdy as I believed.
You just didn't wait for permission, though, which is unvampire-like.
Well, they were mean.
I mean, yeah.
You didn't respect
They didn't say grace before eating. They clearly don't.
That poor man with the mustache, he said, respect my authority, and you did not.
Oh, anyway.
Aaron sort of walks in with his eyes sort of like covered by one of his hands. Man, are you decent, or should I keep my gaze averted?
Alistair's just gonna walk by him and just like move him out of the way and just walk in.
If you have to ask this question, why would you even come to my room to meet up?
Well, I was not. Well, you were quite inebriated the night before, and I did not know your morning schedule. And so I would. You said I could come in, but I would still err on the side of caution when.
Yeah, you can come in.
You'll have to excuse him. He's not very good with sexualness. And he's gonna do the little thing. He's gonna do the like finger thing, like being sarcastic.
Yeah, she laughed. She grabbed her head after that because she does have that.
Abraham will turn to Alistair. Well, you are not very good at consent. And he sort of like stares you a look.
He's gonna literally say, "Oh no."
Oh no.
Yeah. Get burnt.
Whatever will I do?
Get burnt, horny.
Just please, don't be too loud. I do have a bit of an headache.
Yeah. So.
We need. Zelda pipes up. Well, this is an important conversation. So if we're too loud, we can always move to another room. You might have too much of a headache to join that talk, though, if we move you.
I can watch just fine. And also, why, if it's an important conversation, why would you talk loudly anyway? Do you want the water to hear us?
So we have to. he's just gonna power through this. So we have to kill one of. I'm going to currently refer to them as the unliving. to keep monetization in your gun. Now,
My
obviously,
woodcutter's
I
privilege
have.
should be denied if I call them by their real names.
If I said any of those heinous words, I would be banished from my rule.
Could you get to it,
Uh,
please?
so we need to first and foremost assess what equipment we have. Now, as I asked last night, but obviously people were drunk and tired and injured, so I will react. Does anyone have some holy fire powers? So obviously, I do as a paladin. But can any of you do radiant moves?
Well, what I did
I
yesterday
cannot.
was pretty radiant.
You're making me
Was it
curious now.
was it with the celestial or the demon?
Yes. He's gonna just say that.
Both at once?
Moving on.
Also, I believe you wanted to see if the town had anyone that had sunsteel, I believe is what you called it.
Yes. So vampires are not hurt. Vampires are not like lycanthropes. They are wounded by sunsteel. I'm not too understanding of what sunsteel is. As I say, it's sort of steel that has been blessed by the sun, I would assume, and it does again holy fire radiant damage.
Can I do a recall knowledge on that?
Sure. This would be
Wow.
a Arcana check.
Oh. What? Do I know about it?
I mean, you only know like maybe little myths and legends, but you don't really know about Sunsteel.
Okay. Yeah, never heard of it.
So I was wondering we could maybe get you, Miss Clexy, some arrowheads of sunsteel, and for myself, I trust in the axes to it fell, but I was maybe thinking a sunsteel chain or something to wrap around my hand so that I can beat the life back into that unliving.
I know you hate these leeches, as you call them, but don't you think beating them is a little barbaric?
That is a very good point, but if the axes fail me, as they have once before, I was long story short, I was fighting the unliving, and my weapons were removed from me, so I had to rely on my hands. And I would have surely died if there was not some light shining into the cave. And I was able to hold the beast in that light, and then it turned to dust in my hands, and I believe it was no longer around.
That vampire must have been quite dumb, just staying there by sunlight.
Say that again.
That vampire must have been quite dumb, just staying there, by sunlight.
Well, no, I was sort of holding it. Well, I had slammed it to the ground, and then I held it down with my mass.
Oh,
Ah,
so you
you
mounted
man.
it.
You slammed it to the ground with your manly mass. Our muscles. Did you push him to the wall and pin him as well?
No, I just there was a raised rock, so a rock table, if you will, and I sort of brought him up by his throat, and then slammed it sort of like in a choking motion, and then I slammed him down onto that rock, and then
Onto your rock.
and then I kept him in the light.
Oh. Yeah, that's quite intense. Yeah. Okay.
And that's what you do to suckers, huh?
You know,
If that
it
is
would
your
have been a normal.
preferred term for vampires,
It would have
then
been.
yes.
This would have been a normal conversation if Alistair wasn't in the party, but because he is, it's being perceived by
Mana
everyone else
started
in a
it a
different
bit,
way.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, Sunstein, yes. I mean, how did it go yesterday? Because like we left that building because something happened apparently. Sebastian told me a bit, I think. Um, yeah. And yeah, how did it go, Zelda? Like, did you finish the deal? Like, do we know where that vampire is even?
I believe Zelda said, oh wait, no, I don't know this because she was talking to Sebastian. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Calexia would just look to Zelda because she wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Zelda takes a little bit of a glare at Sebastian, but then looks away from everybody.
So we don't know?
Well, that was part of what I was hoping to do. So we would split up into smaller groups, and some would see about provisions for the journey, like hopefully the Sunsteel or holy water is a very good one. It's water that's holy. There's no real vampires are the unholy. The holy water hurts them. It's
see.
very simple. And obviously food, water, um, a nice dress if you're inclined, or a nice set of trousers. And I was hoping to go see the
mage.
Master
Yeah.
Radon yelled and ask him if he knew where any of the other Lin people were, and obviously the location of the vampire itself, and then if he
Yeah.
had Sunsteel himself as well.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, and someone else will probably find you go to the tower, and then the other for provisions.
So, should we go get supplies first?
Do
And
we?
then
Yeah.
and then go to the tower?
I
Do
mean,
we
this
want
could
to
be
all
broken
go to the
into
tower?
Excuse
this
me.
could be
Aside.
broken into groups. I'd be
Yeah.
willing to go gather holy water and look for Sunsteel.
I was actually hoping I could do my job with you, Mana, so we could have a chat. I feel we have I believe we have gotten off on the wrong foot, and I believe that is partially my fault, or mostly my fault. I've not been a good representative of my town, and I would like to make amends for that, and also have a chat with you.
Yeah, but Sebastian is coming as well.
I would
Okay.
prefer to not go to the tower if possible.
Yeah. We're going to the town. We're gonna shop for Sunsteel and stuff.
No, I need to go to the tower.
Oh, okay.
So
Then I'm not coming.
I
Okay.
have to say, Mana,
Yes.
your obsession with Sebastian is a little much.
I mean, Sebastian has like I have some fairly good reasons, want to go to the tower, considering like what may have happened yesterday. And I also I'm good at talking with people. Will be good at shopping. If we're gonna split into group, then I do think that I should also take care of some of the shopping. Yeah, and yes, I mean, there's no point for me going to the tower. Like, why would I talk with that mage? I have nothing to say to him. Like, it would make much more sense for Zelda to get there. Like, if Zelda is there, then, I don't think they really need me for the conversation.
You're
I'm
right.
not
We
saying
don't.
that you
Yeah,
I'm not
see?
saying that you should go with them. I'm just simply throwing it out there that your constant wanting of Sebastian is a little bit unhealthy.
You've
Do
never
you want me
cuddled,
to...
have you?
What? What did you say?
I said, Alistair says, you've never cuddled before, have you, Kalexi?
Well, no, as I haven't found a man in which will help me with my current goals.
Is that what love is about to you? Someone that helps you with your current goals?
Of course.
Not that I'm looking to cuddle. I'm more looking to be friends with you, Miss Kalexi. Not that you are not an unattractive person. I do understand that you are attractive. I'm just not that way wired.
Oh dear.
Here's Abraham's shovel as his hole he's digging. Let's keep digging. But I am a man that would like to help you with your goals.
She giggles. I know, Abraham, you have been a delight so far, and I'm not suggesting that you are a proper, or not, sorry, I don't mean proper. I mean a
Oh, this is just so entertaining.
To phrase it how my father used to put it, I am a different sort of man. I'm not like others. I think he
Yeah.
meant that in a nice way, though.
Well, in case you didn't, I mean it in a nice way.
Oh, well, that's awfully cute. I guess we have a love triangle. I'm joking, of course.
What is a love triangle? How can a triangle
Zelda pipes in and be like,
have...
this is such a fascinating conversation. However, I think we really should get things done. We can hash things out later. We should really get
What
on
is-
the road. I need to seal the
What is the
deal
groups?
with Radarn.
Yeah.
And
It's not to whisper.
it does not
Oh,
matter
sorry.
what the groups are. We need one to get supplies and possible sunsteel and holy water. And, well, whoever's a part of my group, we're going to the tower to get the last bit of details we need.
I'll go to the tower with you.
I
That
will
sound...
be looking to get the Sunstone, as I do agree with Abraham that I will need some Sunstone arrows.
Some sunsteel.
Sunsteel.
Sunstone steel, yes. Sorry.
You still flushed out? Cute, you still flushed out? She doesn't remember.
So the groups could be me, Mana, and Kalexi, Miss Kalexi, looking for Sunsteel and Holy Water, and then Mr. Alistair, Mr. Abraham, and Miss Zelda going to the tower again.
Could I make a request that you don't call me a Mr. Abraham? I don't like the Mr. part. I feel that makes me sound a bit tyrannical.
Well, I say it to everyone.
Mana
Yours, Mr. and Mrs.
I'm just Abraham.
Of course, Abraham.
Thank
Do those
you.
groups work?
They do the work. Well, there's a splendid plan. We have Calexi's knowledge of the place, Sebastian's deft hands, and he sort of like does eyebrows to, basically explain he knows he's a thief. And then manners, sharp tongue.
I heard that you're not suggesting for Sebastian to steal stuff from townspeople, right?
Well, while I do not approve of Sebastian's stealing, I do understand that it is a part of him that at this current moment we cannot change. And
He doesn't just steal from anyone. I mean, whatever. Sorry, I'm a bit thirsty this morning with the headache and all.
well, that's all right. And then we will speak to Radon. And maybe we'll see people of my following.
Well,
Could you... sorry.
no, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Could you... Abraham, could you give us every information that you know about Sunsteel? So if we have to describe it, like, we know at least how it looks.
DM, how do I describe sunset? Is it just steal the sun?
You take a piece of steel, you put it in the sun.
Oh no,
On
hang
steel.
on.
It is steel that is
Hey,
very, very reflective, and it's hard to describe, but it almost seems to capture light. Specifically,
It is
sunlight. You'll
it is a
notice that
very
if it
reflective-
glows in darkness, that's how you know it's sunsteel.
He'll just repeat that,
Okay.
but in his accent, obviously. He doesn't suddenly become from Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like those little sun-powered little lights, to where during the day they're fine, but then they turn on at night. It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
Sunsteel is
It's like
able
an
to hold the
elvish
power of
one
the sun.
in Lord of the Ring.
Yeah, little bit, but it holds a radiant essence in it from the sun itself.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know of it, you know its description, Abraham, but you obviously have never seen it. It's just
I've seen
stories.
wood though.
Yeah, you've seen wood.
I've seen Sunwood.
Sunwood.
I've seen a sword. I've seen the sun. Like, I just put them together.
If you take like that thing, he points, and you take this thing, holds up an axe. That's what you got.
You got the best of both worlds. All right. Zelda will pipe up
One
and
more
say,
thing.
"Go ahead."
Go ahead, Mr. Oh. Now vampires also they have a power to charm you. So do try and it's hard to describe, but do try and shield your mind from their wits and their charming nature.
Oh, do you
As
promise?
they will. Do I what?
Do you promise they'll try to charm me?
It's not good charming. It's not like a knight rescuing you from a tower charming. It's more a man offering you treats if you get in the back of his wagon.
Oh,
Sort
that
of
sounds
charmed.
amazing.
They say that the best way to resist a desire is to succumb to it.
No,
I'm
not.
just messing with you, I'm sorry.
I'm very much looking forward to this now.
I will try to think about something with my magic. Maybe I will get
Yes,
something soon.
focus deftly on what grounds you to yourself and your ideals. That is what helped me last time avoid the charms of whatever I fought.
Huh, my ideals. Got it.
Thank you for the warning, Abraham.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Can't remember if there's anything else I know about vampires. Hang on.
You do know that
I
when
think-
they die, they don't actually die.
Yeah.
They turn to a cloud of mist
Still
and try
alive.
to retreat to their coffin to rejuvenate.
Yes. That too. When they die, they turn to a fog or a mist. But don't worry, you won't miss them. You'll see it.
We
What
won't
do we
miss
do
the
And they
mist.
will-
when that happens?
You need to use the holy radiant power to destroy them in that form.
You think it's possible that other magic could do it, but Radiant is probably the most effective at it.
So we have to use the power of some god to do it.
No, magic or like the holy light. So you don't have to follow the Dawn Father.
Yeah, I mean, just holy magic, tends to be like affiliated to
Magic
gods.
is very good, yes.
No, I mean,
Uh,
holy
also-
magic tends to be related to gods, is what I mean.
Oh, yes.
Which
Well,
gods do you use for your magic?
I don't use gods for my magic.
Oh yeah, you use friendship, that's right.
Yes, in the simplest terms, my power comes from friendship.
That's true. Sorry, I forgot.
It is possible to hide, but they can sniff out your blood.
Can I do an insight check? Considering what Sebastian said last night on him using the power of friendship.
Sure.
Sure.
Make an insight check.
Oh shit, it's a time.
What did she get from that, Abraham?
Yeah.
Kind of hard to read.
In a very basic term, his power comes from friendship. There's a more better way to describe it, but in as few words, that's how it does it. He's easy to read. You can get a nat 1 and read him. He's
More
honest Abe.
No,
Okay,
except in
she-
that
she
one. I would
thinks
have something
yeah.
to say for that.
You get the opposite read of him somehow.
He's being very suspicious. He's lying to you every step of the way.
He suddenly becomes like this
Light.
shifty criminal mastermind. He's like, yeah, he's been hoping on the front of this silly farm boy. Alright. So they can they can sense your blood. Now I'm not sure of a way to hide your blood beside from certain foods, but again that will announce our presence quite well.
Maybe eating a lot of garlic might not hide you, but it might.
Might deter them. For the rations, make sure they are extra garlicky. It's good for the blood.
Sure. I will do some. I nearly said the name of a type of pasta, but never mind.
Yeah, I will say, I think this applies to the shopping crew.
Well, pre-bought rations, we can't really choose what is in them, but if we can choose garlic-heavy rations.
Rations are generally consistent of like dried meats and stuff that can last a long time.
So we'd have to buy like straight garlic.
Yeah. Rations are preserved in a certain way, so it's usually like basic grains and dried meats and whatnot, stuff that'll last quite a while.
Hang on, let me give you some money for these provisions. And he sort of like reaches into something and just pulls out 40 gold and just holds it out.
To something.
He reaches into his boxes. Where is that?
Well, if no one else goes up to collect the money, Kalexi would.
Like,
Yeah.
let's say for the record, it's not at his wang. It's probably like as a pouch on his side, near the axes.
Garlic pasta.
offended.
I mean, they could have garlic pasta.
Yeah.
Dude, I make a mean garlic and onion Alfredo sauce. That's not
Oh.
the point.
Okay.
Zelda pipes
They
up.
all do.
All right,
Sorry, Miss Zelda.
I think we
Yep.
have
One
the
more
plan
thing.
in order.
Let's go.
They also can teleport in the shadows.
Look, Abraham,
Okay.
we will have the time to talk about like all the weirdness.
I would just like everyone to know
Vampires, I
everything at this current moment so we can best make a plan going forward.
Yeah. We have time, I assume, before we fighting. It's
When
fine.
have we ever had good plans?
I believe every time we have made a plan has been a good plan. We are still alive.
Alright, let's go.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
I was more saying that like as we were walking out the door. To be honest.
Thank you.
All right. Your two groups separate, and you begin to go get the different things. One group heading for Radarn Yeld's tower to finish up the deal and also acquire a little bit of extra information.
I mean, I assume we all hit first, right?
Well, yeah,
Like,
this is
did
after.
they all come with their meal in their hand and like we were? Oh, no, we were eating together.
I
Right?
imagine it's kind of
In
in the
Mana's
conversation they're eating in between when they're
Yeah.
not speaking.
Okay.
Yes.
Like everyone was eating in Mana and Sebastian's room. Okay.
We breakfasted together.
Okay.
So,
Word.
but
This isn't even like Abraham, this is just me not getting that one.
Yeah.
Like, I know the do you want to come back to mine for breakfast and you say that to a person at night.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, GM. Keep going.
the two groups separate. And we're actually going to start with the shopping crew first.
Okay. Mana is definitely going for a shower first.
Going for what first?
A shower.
Oh, a shower?
A bath. Yeah.
I'll imagine these things, you do kind of in the preparation before you go.
Yeah. And she has prestidigitation, so she can clean her clothes. I think she can even clean herself, but she will still take a shower.
Very well. Well, I mean, shower has a relaxation feature. You can't get that with prestidigitation. I
Yeah,
can never
yeah,
say
yeah.
the cantrip.
Prestidigitation.
Yep.
Cleaning spell.
Cleaning spell.
It also flavors.
It does a lot of things.
Useful cantrip. That's what I'll say.
Mhm.
Useful cantrip.
And yeah, after that, they will go shopping, I guess.
Very well. Shopping crew. You leave the other half of the party as they head for the tower again to speak with Radarn Yeld.
Yeld.
Sebastian,
Mhm.
Kalexi, and Mana. What would you like to do?
First thing that Sebastian's gonna do is he's gonna create a mental link with both of his with both Kalexi and Mana. Which is the first time he's done this with either of them.
Yeah, so Kalexi looked at Sebastian in surprise, hearing him in her head.
Oh, that's
He's
fancy.
kind of weird.
That's yeah. I saw you talk with looking at people's eyes, so I assume it was something like that. But that's definitely she's talking back for telepathy, by the way. But that's definitely curious. Is Kalexi talking to you as well?
Yes, Miss Kalexi, and you are both able to contact
Okay.
me.
But I can't
But
hear
you are
her.
not able to contact each other mentally. I will have to
I
be
see.
the courier of information.
Their creative is cute.
Wait, what?
This collection, Miss Mona says that you are cute.
She smiled at you, and then she started walking off.
Kalexi has the most dumbfounded expression on her face.
She's been told she's attracted by two half elves. you got the elf vote.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you, Sebastian. Oh, sorry, that was my tempering.
Timberlake just falls out of her pocket.
We go. Where do we want to go first? Probably to a forger, a blacksmith.
I personally think going to a holy place like a temple would be most advantageous. We could get holy water there. They also might have leads on sunsteel if it is such a
Yeah,
powerful undead repellent.
yeah. If it's used as a holy weapon or something.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to a church then. Casey, would you be so kind as to lead us to a church, the biggest church here?
Mr. DM, do you want me to roll to see if I know where church is? Or does she vaguely remember one?
This is... You're not aware of a temple or church here. Not that you know of. So, if you wish to find one, you would need to make a investigation check for me.
If she says that she doesn't know one, Mana is just gonna propose to ask people instead.
Very well.
If she says it, but she might
This
not
is,
say
this
it
is
and
kind
just
of
do an
still a part of the
investigation.
investigation. It's like acquiring information and piecing it together.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, let's see how bad I do with this -1. Hey, not bad.
15.
And Mana did say that she would help, so can she roll I'm searching for diplomacy, I pretty much PF2. A persuasion? Do you try to get a turn concept? Do you help?
Okay, so you're trying to want to persuade people to tell you where
Yeah,
the temple is.
yeah.
So this is still more of an investigation. Persuasion is more about getting information out of a particular individual, but this is more about just piecing, asking people, then figure out the directions they told you.
Oh. So I can use a persuasion check to help the investigation check, is what you're telling me.
It's the investigation check for this.
Okay, then I won't roll investigation because my investigation is bad as well.
Because, they could tell you where it is, but then you're like, where is that?
Okay.
And it's following the directions. It's investigating.
Okay.
Am I the only one?
Yep.
All right. You do get directed to a place. A place called the Tides Call Temple, which is on the northern part of Bridgetown, so not too far from you.
You're cutting off a bit.
North side of Bridgetown, the Tide Call
Okay.
Temple.
Okay.
The tide called?
Tide
Tide
call.
Call.
Oh, okay, tide called. Oh.
You hear that that's really the only structure dedicated to a religious service. There are other religious folk that come here, but they're more of passing through. They're individuals.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a place called the Tide Call Temple. following directions of particular individuals, like somewhere there's an old lady that's saying, "Oh yes, you will move down this street and then take a right." A sweet old lady that offers you directions. You follow them, and you end up at kind of a weird dome-ish structure that is its walls and its base look like they're made out of like white marble, but then there's like this turquoise kind of marble-esque dome roof to it.
Mm-hmm.
You see there's a set of double golden doors in the front, and there is a hooded figure out in front of it who's passing like little pamphlets out to people.
Who is what? Sorry, it cut out a bit.
There is a hooded figure in the front passing pamphlets out to random passersby.
Pamphlets.
Pamphlet.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess we just walk in, right?
Collecty will go ahead and take a pamphlet just so she is more aware of what is going on in the area and whatever this man is handing out.
Oh, you've come to Tide Call Temple. Please, if you read that, it'll tell us more about what we practice and preach here within the temple itself.
Yeah.
Temple dedicated to Ysera, because not only in nature that relies above the seas, but also beyond it and underneath it.
To Sarah?
To Ysera,
Sarah.
goddess of nature.
Okay. Yeah,
Do
she's
you-
sorry.
Do you know if
it's
they
a-
sell holy water?
So, roll something.
We will have to engage with a vampire, so we want to prepare.
Is it the
Vampire.
mayor of Weddon yet? Ayat, alright? And we would need some holy water to help him with his issue.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. We didn't even go as deception because we like not hard yet.
I think the idea, even if there is some deception there, the reason for getting the holy water is to kill a vampire.
Fine, persuasion. Let's go.
18. I suppose that can be done. A minor
Thank you very
tithe,
much.
if you would, and it's this half-orc individual saying this. Be a minor tithe to Ysera herself, and indeed we can part with some holy water.
Mm-hmm. That would be very helpful.
How much are you looking for? From mechanical terms, how many doses? Essentially, when you dose, like, if you like put water, applying it to a weapon or arrowheads or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
it's like that's how many effective attacks you can get with it.
What's its stats together?
So if you're asking for like 10, that means it's 10 attacks worth that are affected by holy water.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. If you're trying to use it as like more like a napalm, but for vampires, it's just water in a bottle that breaks. Same thing applies as how many doses. It's like a dose is a very small amount, but just enough to put on a weapon that one swing stings something. If it's affected by holy water, that is.
I don't know. I will ask Sebastian by telepathy first. Do you think 50 dots would be enough? Should we ask for more? I do not know how difficult it is to make.
Did you say 15 or 50?
50.
Well, 50, especially that is definitely enough. I mean, I would use 20. If I could have 20 myself, I would That's one for each crossbow bolt, but I don't plan on going through all my crossbow bolts.
I mean, I assume not just the vampires.
If you're applying it
Wrong.
to weapons, understand that before, that blessing goes away, it can last for 1 or 2 hours.
Oh,
So I would recommend
I see.
before you fight such a thing that you use it in relatively that time before you fight it.
mhm. Would 100 dose be allowed to ask, or would it be possible?
I'm afraid we do not have 100 doses of holy
Okay,
water.
then
That is
50.
asking for, well, not all of it can be spared to you. Some must be
If
spared
we
for
pro-
healing.
if we provide the water, would you be able to bless it and make it holy for us?
Oh,
We can
that's
ask
that's up
Widanya
that's up for
for
the that's up to the
yeah.
the high priest.
We can ask Mr. Wedanya to give us a little budget for that in particular as well.
Oh. Could you ask the high priest while we figure out some logistics thing, if possible?
Make another persuasion check, because this one's a different DC.
Yeah. Can I help him?
Yeah.
I will give you the advantage on this because
Okay.
you have better
Sure.
persuasion than I do.
That's true. That's how it was. There. I did the two symbols again.
Damn.
So you're okay. I can ask the high priest. When will you return? When?
Yes. Oh, when will you return?
We're seeking something called Sunsteel as well. Probably within the next hour or so.
I know
And
of
then-
this sun steel.
You
It's
know of a place
apparently. Oh, sorry.
Do you know of a place where we could acquire some?
Did he say he didn't know of it?
It sounded like he said, I know of it.
I know of it.
Oh, okay.
However, it is not easy to acquire. It's not a common material. The ore is very rare and, well, the only larger amounts of it are found in remote areas of the world or are held by nations very tight amongst their coffers or military.
So it's not something that we can really hope to acquire in this town. It's that if we ask maybe.
You can
Rodent
try
or
with
Midnight.
exotic shopkeepers and see if they have any, but there's no guarantee they will have it because it's quite sought after.
I see. Thank you very much. You said the high priest wasn't there. When will he come back?
No, the high priest is here. It sounded like you said you were going to speak with someone else.
Oh,
I can see if I can get him right now.
yes, that would be
If
good.
you could get him right now, that'd be most advantageous. We'd be willing to give an even more generous tithe to
Here,
the temple.
how about you come in, then?
Yes, thank you.
Very well. I don't have a problem with it.
As you pass through, Sebastian, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Sebastian explodes.
How flat is that?
Sick.
The second this little cat takes a step in the doorway, Your body freezes. You are paralyzed. The orc steps in,
Uh-oh.
looks behind him. Oh.
Can I? I mean, I guess everyone will notice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I will grab this bow and just hold it, and then be like, I'm sorry for my friend. He had a rough day yesterday.
He enters, and you look within this. It appears to be a single large dome-like room. At the end of this room, you see there's a healthy tree that has green rune markings on the trunk, and there are a number of these robed figures about. He goes over to a couple of them, and by the way, the couple have noticed you enter. It's just a single large room with a bunch of these monks inside.
You cut out halfway through that.
So it's a large room. Hold on. Let me leave the call and come back in real quick so I can
Okay.
hopefully fix this.
Oh,
So,
Fucking bald loser.
perfect time to come
Wow.
back. It is a massive kind of round room, and you see the interior of like that turquoise marble like ceiling. Kind of towards the center of the room, there is a massive tree with like green glowing markings on it at kind of the base of it, the trunk. You also see a ton of similar robed individuals, different faces though, walking about the place, some of them praying on their knees. You can see there's a couple individuals in there that are not wearing the robes that appear to be like some of the civilians of the city. Because the second you stepped into that doorway and Sebastian freezes, you say that. The monk looks like he's surprised at the moment, but he's also like, he goes over to two other monks that have watched you enter, whispers something to them.
Shit.
can I
Yeah.
give a perception check to try to figure out what they're whispering?
Disadvantage because your form is locked in place.
Yeah, I would
So your
actually
eyes
an
can only
insight check
move
as
so
well,
much.
please.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I think
I am not one, so I don't
Damn.
know. I'm busy freaking out.
Fuck.
It's exactly why you
uh,
can't see it, because the paralyzation is not just affecting your whole body, it's affecting your eyeballs too. So you're literally just looking
Oh no.
straight,
Can't even
unable to
move his
focus.
eyeballs? Oh no.
Mana,
Can I even blink? That'd be the worst.
insight.
Yeah, could you? Yes.
First off, what would you like to take with your natural 20?
Could you tell me what information I get before I tell you what I pick for my
No,
critical success?
because based on what you pick can determine the information I give.
She will do influence, just in case there was like
Okay.
something like, you know, in my, like, they might be suspicious or anything like that, just to, like, you know, be more persuasive than like.
There is a surprise that you can definitely tell on people's faces. There's also a sense of duty. You sense that they have been giving certain instructions when a certain thing happens. Possibly what happened to Sebastian is one of those things.
Alright.
They're
Like-
seeking. Go ahead. You learn it's probably there's something protecting the temple, and Sebastian triggered it. Why he only triggered it, not entirely sure. Unless you'd like to throw out a potential idea as to why.
I mean, it's probably because I would assume it would be a fade detection or something like that. But I guess it
Possibly.
could be associated to the alignment as well. But I don't know if mana is in the idea for alignments as a mechanic. So, you know. she will probably think it's Fae related.
Faye,
Kalexi is going to roll perception just to see if she can listen in on the whispers.
If I may, for as soon as like Mana succeeds like inside check, she would probably like say something.
Okay.
But,
You may. Kalexi, you may also make a perception check.
Okay.
Do you want Mana to say other things first, or?
Point of order here. Both of you
Okay.
roll a d20. Kalexi and Ma. Whoever's higher gets to do their thing first.
Okay.
Battle.
I'm rolling way too bad.
See if I did this correctly.
Yes, you did.
Alright.
All right. What would you like to say, Mana? After your insight check.
I think my friend is having a rough day today. We're just gonna wait outside and breathe some air, and then I'm just gonna grab Sebastian by his throat and walk out,
Two of them.
dragging him out.
Okay. Kalexi, you hear them saying some sort of outer planar creature. Only they could have triggered that. The two are moving quickly towards the door to see if they can close you in, but it doesn't seem like they're reaching for weapons at the moment.
They're reaching for what? Sorry.
It doesn't look
They
like
are
they're
not
reaching for
reaching.
weapons or anything. They're not taking fully an aggressive stance towards you, but there is a sort of wariness and alert happening. But yeah, you pick up that Kalexi, what they're saying.
Okay.
Outer planar triggered it.
I don't think Sebastian has ever said that he was a familiar in
No, he
front of
did
her.
say that he was from the Court of Silence in front of you when he was talking to you with Fae.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were there when we were talking to Radon, and I did say I was from the Feywild.
Okay.
And yeah, is Mana successful in now stepping out with Sebastian, or?
This is essentially do like an initiative roll. So it's basically your dexterity. You're gonna use your dexterity.
But you have to roll at disadvantage because you're trying to drag a paralyzed person out.
It is at disadvantage.
Okay. I got another 20. Was at
That was
disadvantage.
her fourth natural 20 this session.
Why is a 9 in the end? So
I got a nat 20 for that.
it's a dexterity save, by the way. Yeah, it's what it was supposed to be like.
So yeah, they do beat you. Before you could get out, two of the monks go to the double doors and they close it before you head out. It shuts. Time to change music for this.
Oh boy.
What is with this group and churches and the Devon?
The only real holy person isn't there, so
Well, even then, that holy person has a tendency to not like authority.
You see this
Just because Abraham's a libertarian doesn't mean he's a bad guy.
you see this male individual, and you can see just from the hood there are like cat ears poking out. He appears to be a hybrid of tabaxi and something else. And the other you see is appears to be like very pale skin, looks elven, kind of woman, but has like beady black eyes. They've closed the doors. The male monk says, "We don't get many outer planar in our temple nowadays. Curious, what are you?"
Can I speak, or is like all of the muscles in my body frozen?
No, you can't speak.
He's
There's some
familiar
surprise on him, like they've
sorry.
never actually had to do this yet.
Okay.
Like these
Oh,
individuals in particular.
Yeah.
I
Mana
am
will type for him.
He's desperately struggling to like trying to speak. But,
Can you
Does-
type for telepathy still?
I think I would be able to still use my
Yeah, you would still.
telepathy to that.
Yeah, your concentration isn't broken. Like, your mind isn't messed up. It's just your body
Yeah.
is paralyzed. But you can still think. You can still say messages to your friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seeing he doesn't answer for it said like if he says something for telepathy to Mana, Mana would be like, he's a familiar from the Fey world.
Give me a persuasion check.
Sure. Let's stop. I still roll good. Yes, let's go.
Okay. Familiar. So one of you two looks to Kalexi and looks to you, Mana. Or it's a summoner then.
Yes, I am.
Sir Archeron, Acheron, sorry. Sir Acheron, we have a familiar. We just want to make sure that it's not dangerous. You see, out of a bunch of monks and kind of around this big tree in the center of this dome-like structure, one of them stands up. They have some, like, green writing on these, like, gray cloaks, hooded cloaks they have. Hooded robes, I mean. They have their back turned to you, turn around, and they walk slowly up to you.
Sebastian would have told Mana that he can speak by now, right?
No, he's still paralyzed.
No, but I mean we can talk for
Oh,
telepathy.
yeah. Yeah, he can talk for hours, I think.
Mentally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I gotta roll a d6 to figure out how many hours.
Do you? Oh yeah, for the telepathy.
2 hours.
My family cannot speak right now because of enchantment.
The rogue figure is still walking and eventually gets within like 5 feet of you all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, familiar. They wave their hand, and there's a bit of magic that glows onto Sebastian.
I'm guessing my paralysis stops.
Nope.
He's just checking you.
Well,
Yeah,
it
so
is
he's
indeed
analyzing.
fey in nature. And you are the summoner, miss.
I would like to insight check to gather like how much possibilities you actually like to that person. Like if they seem to really know that shit, like she won't take
Sure.
the risk. Does it feel like if she could like maybe like manage to fool him? Or like does he have a magical way to ascertain it?
It's possible, but it wouldn't be easy.
Yes, I am.
Give me a deception check.
Let's go. Good thing for the advantage. I hope it's enough. You know what? I will use one ruby.
Is that yours or the
Yes, that's the
group's?
personal one.
Okay.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'd say that I use one, so I can choose another. No, I can use another, right? Can I?
You'd have to use a different source.
Hmm?
So you used your personal one. Now you can't use any
I'm
more
using my
personal ones
personal one.
because you can't use it again
Okay.
on the same check.
16 then.
Yeah. 16.
You can decide to use group ones, so if the group allows it.
Eh.
But you have to decide the total number you're rolling.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine not using the group.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna
I
use
don't-
one, or how many you using?
Yeah, I'll just use the personnel, that's fine.
Usually
Oh,
use
okay.
the person.
Okay.
So would you like to use a group one, or would you like...
No, just Sissin.
Gotcha.
Reagan, don't try to make us use our boobies.
So
Miss,
Can I ask a
I've
question?
been- What's the question? Is it quick?
never mind. Just keep going.
I am High Priest Acheron.
Nice to meet you. We actually came in there to meet you.
So this is your familiar, yet there is no magical connection whatsoever between you and the familiar.
I'm sorry, we're actually in search of a summoner together as part of a group. I just thought that, like, it would get less trouble if I said that I was a summoner as a friend.
Very well.
I'm sorry.
Release the spell on him, and I'll ask him myself. He must answer honestly. If he speaks true, there are no worries here. Sebastian, you feel the paralyzation release as there are two monks that have kind of moved up behind him that raise their hands to dispel the effect on you.
That was terrible.
I do apologize, but it is a ward presented by Ysera to ward off outer plane of threats, but to prove if you are a threat or not. Are you looking for your summoner?
Yes, I am.
Did you intend any ill will in our city or our fair temple?
No. I don't.
Takes a good long look at you, squinting his eyes. And you didn't see his features at first, but this person appears elderly for an elf.
It's an elf.
So super mega old.
Maybe.
It's like 500.
More like 1,000.
Yeah. Keep guessing.
Yeah.
Could be a druid too, so he's timeless.
That too. He is no threat to us.
I would like to attack everyone. I'm kidding.
No threat to us. I'd like to attack the high priest.
Oh,
don't
it's just
cross out.
it's a nice kitty. Stab him.
Oh, look at him. Him and his wee little boots. Gets
The
tapped.
instant he turns his back, I pull out the long sword of True Strike.
He takes, he puts the hood down and you see his, he's got pale blonde long hair. He does actually have wrinkles for an elf. Stands proud. Before one of the half-orc monk goes to his side and whispers something in his ear. You require blessed water of Ysera.
Yes.
Yes.
To slay a creature of the night.
Yes. As requested by Widanyard.
You speak true. Creature of the night is a corrupt creature, unnatural to the living world and its cycle. I will do this for you. You may have 15 doses of our blessed water.
That sounds great. Sorry again for the misunderstanding. Oh
Quite
yeah,
alright. There is no
Sebastian-
misunderstanding here. There's quite a lot of communication, actually.
If we provide the water, I assume we wouldn't get any more of those.
So you're hoping if you bring water to me, I can bless it.
Yes, if possible.
Well, can't just be water. You can't just simply get water from a river or the sea or a pond and simply bless it. It requires a bit more. Pure springs. The cleanest water you can find is the most potent. Otherwise, a blessing can only go so far.
I see.
Because as a goddess of nature, Ysera, if you gather the water, is it not blessed on its own? It gives you life, does it not? But if you're asking for this bane of a shadow fiend, it does require more.
I understand. I'm sorry that we assumed.
Oh, I do have a question. Is it possible for you to bless our weaponry?
Perhaps. How far away is this vampire creature?
We do not know as of
Oh,
yet, but
The rest of
our
the team is talking with Udanyard at this moment to finalize the details. So,
Well,
That's
I
fine.
must warn you that the blessing I grant upon your weapons would only last an hour.
an hour?
An hour.
Yeah, I assume it's a bit farther than that.
yeah, I assume also.
But I
Well-
think 15 dollars is already a lot. It would be very
But
helpful in banishing this foul creature.
we only know as of now that there is one vampire, but we don't know how many thralls he or she has enslaved.
We could always come back with like a personal receipt from Udanyard, which we might be willing to give like some money or something to fence this temple out here. If we need more than 15 dollars.
So you're working for that mage in the tower.
Yes.
Well, if he's willing to give us a return of coin or resources in return for lending you the holy water, but we must see it first before we give you such resources.
Of course. Would in such condition would a scroll that we could use to bless weapon would be possible?
Is it just you three hunting this
No,
vampire?
we are a
or
team of 6. But only 3 of us. 4 of us? 3. Only 3 of us use weapons, really.
He looks at Kalexi, then at you, Mana. Then his gaze goes over to you, Sebastian. I'm afraid none of you have the necessary skill to
We
even
have a
cast such a
paladin.
spell.
We have a.
A
Yeah, it's a
paladin.
paladin, right? Statics class. What's the name of
Yes.
Abraham's class again? Paladin?
Yes.
We happen to have a paladin with us. I mean, we can visit him again, like, you know.
Well, it
we
awaits to be seen. I must assess his strength. One of holy and virtue can still be not strong enough to wield such powerful blessings.
See. We'll come back again with him, maybe.
Very well. Come on back with the resources provided. We'll say 3 gold pieces for every dose.
For the 15 dose? The 15 dose were.
For 1 dose.
Okay, but like the 15 dose that we agreed on.
And that's 45 gold.
Ah, that were not free.
Mechanically, I should also let you know that this is just GM talking to you as players.
Yes.
The holy water does not only affect unholy things, it's also, you can also put it on a weapon that's not magical, and it's treated as a magic weapon.
Oh, yeah.
For the purpose.
Nice.
So if there's a ghost that you can't hit with a weapon, put some holy water on it for that dose, and it's able to hit. And you can also use a number of doses. So if you put 10 doses on a single weapon, you have 10 attacks worth to use on it. That lasts for 2 hours.
Oh, I thought you said about 1 dose by attack. Oh,
Yeah.
no, it lasts by 2 hours, but that is 1 dose by. Okay.
Yeah, if you choose to use
that would
only
be
1
15
dose,
attacks.
yeah, you only get 1 attack that has the holy water on it to affect things.
Oh, if you use multiple dose, you have just 1 attack by dose, right?
So if you have 15 doses,
You can make 15 attacks.
if you use 5 of them on a person's weapon, that means their next 5 attacks with that weapon
Yeah.
have the blessed holy water effect on them.
So, more dose would be nice. 15 dose might be a bit short. Maybe instead of paying now, we will come back like with everyone, and with Vedania's maybe approval and resources to help on that, and we will take all the dose that we need then.
That might be for the best. While they are away, we should still look for the Sunsteel.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Akeron?
Indeed, I priest Acheron.
Yes, High Priest Akeron. So, we actually were. Oh no, we know about Sunsteel. We were told that exotic sellers might be able to purvey us, but it's very hard to access.
It's
So
not a
actually-
common resource.
Yes. Yes.
It's very rare.
Well, I think that would be all for now. But yes, we will come back to finalize our deal later. If that's okay.
Very well. I'll await your return.
Thank you, Mr.
And if I am not
I
here,
will-
simply, well, I have perhaps in my time here have gone meditating, so return in the morning if you do not see me here.
Okay. And yeah, I guess we will leave and maybe see for the entity purveyor. Do you want to maybe switch to the other team? Like,
Well, it depends on if you guys are going straight to the other team.
no, we
I
got
joined
into the exotic shops for some steel.
Yeah.
So you're going to shops one by one to check for Sunsteel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a group investigation.
Actually, I'm sorry. I was just thinking. No, I mean there is no point to Technically, that would make sense to meet the group to like talk to them, and so they can ask when maybe for resources. I'm thinking. Mana will ask Sebastian kids. Do we want to meet with the group so that they can ask with them like maybe for some resource to get some holy water and sunsteel, and maybe he has access to sunsteel as well. Or do we want to like search for sunsteel? No. What do you two think?
I think we shouldn't come back empty-handed, and we should at least try to locate some sunsteel.
I mean, we have information. We're not empty-handed. We have a deal.
We have some information, but we have nothing in the way of resources to use against a vampire.
Yeah, Sebastian. Oh, just I guess we will look for sunsteel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll just say Sebastian. If you both are agreeing with meeting the group, then he goes with.
I mean, yeah, Sebastian is no, actually, you're in this. Sebastian, do you think it was better to like meet up with the group and like see for them to ask with Daniel maybe for resources?
Oh, he is there.
Or do you think it's better to like go shopping first and still? Okay, shop first. So yeah, we do not meet with the group. We go.
Very well.
And you wanted a investigation roll from us, correct?
A group investigation.
I'm not that good in investigation. I guess I'm good in investigation. I'm not.
I say, with all the rolls you've been making lately, what is that? Come on.
Yeah, at least you don't have a -1 to your intelligence.
All right, I need Sebastian and Calixi's as well.
Yeah, it's a good
Okay.
investigation.
Cool. Okay, man is picking up the slack here.
You go to stall to stall to shop to shop.
We wouldn't go to a store. We were told specifically that like it was like in a certain kind of shop.
Yeah.
Specifically antique shops.
No, exotic shop.
Antique
That's
shops
why
or
you have
exotic
a
stalls, because stalls can also
Yeah.
sell it if they are traveling merchants.
Okay.
So it's kind of both. None of them have sunsteel.
Yeah. We'll probably stop by 1 p.m. Or at least Mana would like argue to stop by 1 p.m. or something.
Yeah,
Middle of 1 p.m.
it'll be a good amount of time before
Yeah.
your search is met with. It's up to you whether it's empty-handed or if you buy mundane things with your coin during the time you're investigating, looking for the sunsteel. But yeah, there's no sunsteel to be found.
Mana is buying shiny crystals that are just shiny and like have no real value. Just shiny like a little rock.
Very well. But we are now...
Sebastian will buy fish as well. Fishes.
Yeah, you can buy whatever you like, but we're gonna move over to our other half.
Okay.
Cool, right on time. Abraham's fucking, I think Wi-Fi went out.
Oh, did it?
I don't know, he just left the call. So I'm gonna take a guess, and that was maybe the reason.
Just a thing, TM. Yeah, if everyone agreed to that, we'll probably stop the chairs by like 1 p.m. Because I want to meet up with the group at some point. But I mean, I don't know if kids here, Sebastian will be fine with that. That would
Sure,
be
depends on how long
one
they
man I would
take.
go for. Yeah, that has such a.
Because I don't
Just like
think
not
this was.
spending all day to search.
Because I don't think this was discussed where you'd meet up, or I mean when you'd meet
No,
up.
not at all. That's it.
Let me just get a hold of him really quick. Let me just see if he's going to respond to me real quick. Said 2 seconds. Okay. We'll wait 2
1,
seconds.
2.
3,
5, 6.
6 seconds.
6
6
seconds. Let's
seconds.
go.
False information.
Yeah, you damn liberals. That is a false
Whoa, hey, hold on now.
fake news. Sorry. What's up? What's up,
All
man?
right. We are now to Redarn Yelled grouping.
As they're real quick, as they're walking, everyone would just like look at the other two. Do you guys think Mana hates me?
Alistair's gonna turn to Zelda, and then he's gonna look back at him, and he's gonna say, "So what if she does?"
Well, while it is her prerogative to hate me, I don't like it. I've not been hated before, and hate is often rooted in something that you've done wrong, and I don't like doing people wrong.
You get
I
used to
wanna
it.
give it 1 second. Let me finish my laughter. I only want to do people right. I would not like to get used to it though.
Doing people is complicated.
That is true. I've found the complexity of people's emotions are hard to tap into. I just try and be really nice, but I fear I have done Mana awry.
Zelda will say,
Okay.
Abraham, I don't think she likes much anybody, except for Sebastian. So I wouldn't get too hung up on that.
Yeah, stop pouting over not being an animal.
Is that a is that a metaphor or is that literal? Because he's not an animal. He's still a man of sorts.
Yes. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I just had to ask.
Eventually, you get to the gate to the tower itself. It opens on its own, and the three of you pass on through.
Hey.
The door is open, the front door.
The front door is open. Everyone will just like poke his head forward. Probably, I see him as Zelda and Alistair walk in. May we enter? Just like yells into the emptiness.
Don't hear anything.
I guess that means yes.
Ooh.
Yeah,
There's
Alex
also,
is already walking.
there's also a suit of armor guard right by the door, but it doesn't do anything.
He'll just look at the helmet. Are we allowed to go in?
Doesn't respond.
I'm gonna go in against my better judgment.
Will you hurry up?
My village always said consent is not the absence of a no, it is a.
Here we go again.
Yeah, I face laughing. It is a. Is it a positive and enthusiastic yes?
Yeah, Alistair's still walking while he's like ranting about this. I imagine Zelda's probably doing the same thing, maybe.
They just leave Abraham while he does his like camp counselor shit. He's talking to the suit of armor at this point.
That's like not animated or doing anything. It's just
No,
standing
the
there.
suit of armor just sort of stood there, just like, why the fuck did he animate me with ears but not a mouth?
He upgraded talking to wood to talking to metal.
You fucker.
I mean, listen, he's not the only one. I mean,
Yeah, Zelda
Sebastian-
did it.
Sebastian. Well, I was gonna say Sebastian
Oh,
did
Zelda,
a staring
sorry.
contest with a painting.
That's
Yeah.
true.
To be fair, the painting looked
And
like it was
won.
glaring at him, and won.
Man, I touch your book every night,
Yeah.
so you know.
So, you begin to move up those stairs again, seeing the similar depictions of deities as paintings on the right. As you go up these stairs that kind of go up and around on the outskirts of the interior of the tower here. It's a tight space. You move and move and move, and eventually come to a archway, and you can see there at a desk, writing something furiously, is Radahn yelled. You hear his voice. Come in.
We're going in.
Yeah.
Very well. I would like the two of you to make perception checks.
Alright then.
the way-
And I don't see shit.
Radahn yelled looks like he hasn't slept.
All nighter.
He's writing furiously, and then it kind of just taps the table impatiently, like he's in thought, like trying to figure out what to do next.
Ooh.
Welcome back, welcome back.
Yeah.
Zelda, Abraham, and Alistair.
Are you all right, Mister Gerald? You seem troubled.
I'm gonna say you look like shit.
That too, but I yes.
I had a busy day. Well, busy night. All from afternoon till early this morning. Very busy. You were privy to some of that chaos down there, Mr. Alistair. Or at least you saw some evidence of it.
You mean your devilish friend killing a bunch of things?
You were privy to the things that were killed, yes.
Is he like a guard or something?
Well, he's my warden. I made the
Oh.
wrong call for you last night.
I guess I should apologize, but I'm not going to. It was a
Well-
fun night it was a fun time for me.
By the way,
Mistakes.
go ahead. I'd like to hear.
Well, I was saying mistakes are part of nature, and it is not how the mistake happens, but it is merely how we learn from it. And you yourself, as a scholar,
Alistair's rolling
imagine-
his eyes while he's saying this.
I imagine are fond of learning. And while Alistair is not sorry, I am sorry for the involvement that we played in whatever occurred. If we did play a part in it.
That's what I want to know. Did you play a part in it?
Was me having sex with a guy considered part of it?
Did you happen to see a big glowing red crystal down there
Yes.
on your way out?
Yes.
You saw it on your way out.
Yes.
It's disappeared.
Oh, that. So,
What do you mean that?
so I might have touched it, and then it kind of did something, and then I had my familiar touch it. Then all of a sudden, he kind of absorbed it, and then I kind of absorbed it. It was actually really intense. Was I not supposed to do that?
I'm afraid if there's something big, glowing, magical, possibly full of a lot of power, it's probably one. Why is your curiosity to touch it?
I second that question.
Two, though, if you did touch it, you should not be alive.
Huh. Well, technically, I barely tapped it with my finger, and then my familiar touched it. And then it kind of exploded him. So it did technically kill someone if it was supposed to.
But it's gone. It was absorbed. A familiar. What kind of familiar is it?
Oh, let me show you. And he's gonna have Justine come off his back and then just kind of rest on his shoulder.
Master, is that the new victim?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is that a new victim?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble understanding what you're saying.
Is
What did you
there-
say
Is
without
that
the
a
voice?
new victim?
Is there a new victim?
Okay, sorry.
I'm
Um,
not gonna,
I speak
I'm not
goblin.
gonna translate for you. It's you'll have to understand Justine yourself.
That's where Abraham speaks. Imp.
no, not right now, Justine.
Ah, an imp.
Yes.
Not enough to. It's not a powerful enough creature to absorb such a shot. Are you a spellcaster?
I mean, yes, I do cast spells.
Do you study it?
Studies kind of. Not really.
Studying's for
Let me-
nerds.
Let me rephrase the question. Where does your power come from?
I have, what you would say, a patron.
You're one of those. Right.
So,
A good time of selling your soul for something.
I guess you could say that, yes.
Well, I sure hope your patron, whatever that demon wants, is, on the same goal as yours. As your goals.
Kind of. Yes and no.
Yes and no.
I kind of the
Great.
whole thing it kind of wants is for me to have sex. So yes and no.
I would ask you to return it because it's stolen property. But I'm afraid there's not much I can do without ripping your body asunder, spell by spell, to do so.
Oh. I do have this necklace. And he kind of just points to the one with the lion, with the lion's head, with the ruby in it, or the green gem in it. Excuse me.
Make a
I
persuasion
have
check
a-
with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Hang on, can I make it normal as everyone will lift up his shirt? I have a belt that I could also give you as recompense.
Pants.
Yeah, it'll be normal.
Okay.
Sweet.
22.
Let's go.
It's pretty good.
Let's go, team.
Would have been good even with disadvantage.
Yeah.
I am angry right now. Yes, that's the word. I'm angry right now.
I felt that it's not a great emotion.
Down
Angry sex is the best.
below is a catalog of which experiments I control, but are also prisoners, creatures that have caused a lot of harm to the Kingsmen and to varying other people in the lands of Telors. Some are personal rivals of mine, and after besting them, I kept them locked up. Here, keeping them alive, but they spend their time feeling the pain of their hubris by just being bored, essentially. Almost all of them could have gotten out if it wasn't for an alarm that was set off, which was set off by someone undoing a particular device I had established to hold them imprisoned. Two out of 50 of them, which is still a good number, only two, but two very dangerous individuals fled and got out.
What if we were to assist you in getting them back?
That's what I was going to go for. I was going to demand
Right.
some very heavy compensation, but I think this is fair. I need those two back. However, since you were there the whole time with them, I don't believe it was you. Looks to Zelda and you, Abraham. Does anyone know what happened?
Well, I was in the parlor with. He's gonna pause for a minute. Well, Mana was there and Kalexi were there. We discussed it. I don't remember hearing Sebastian's voice. I don't know if Sebastian was there. Hang on a moment. I'm gonna roll intelligence to see if he remembers Sebastian not being there.
So, I mean, you remember him being there, or that he's not there?
Yeah, he remembers he went there. He just sort of pauses. Well, that is. Gosh darn it. I'm 100% certain that there was a good reason for Sebastian not being there. I cannot currently know it. But I'm 100% certain there was a good reason he was not in the parlor with us. He might have needed the little feline's room. He sort of like smiles a little bit, just hoping the joke did anything.
Are you trying to be funny right now?
A little bit. I thought the humor would cut some of the tension. I appear to have assumed wrong.
Where is this Sebastian? He's the tabaxi, the fey creature. Yeah, that makes sense. Where is he?
Well, he's
Zelda
Well, they're currently
Zelda like taps the back of you. It's up to you to determine what she means by doing that. Like,
Yeah.
like it's like a sudden slap. Like,
Yeah. I do not currently know of their whereabouts, but as I said, I believe that Sebastian had only the most honorable intentions when he did disappear. Whatever happened, I don't believe he would do something that foolish, unless there was a very good reason for it. I do mean very good. If I may be fully honest here, I have on a couple moments threatened Sebastian. Well, on one moment I threatened Sebastian because he was not acting within the group's interest. And so I do believe he would not repeat an action that is of foolish nature against the group. There would have been a good reason.
oh, that's well and
Whatever
dandy,
happened,
but
if
his
he was-
actions might as well kill another 100 people in a city or two away. You know what? I have a spell for finding him.
Wait, could you hold off on that? We can bring him to you.
No. I want to speak with him myself.
Shit. He doesn't. Abraham doesn't say that. Abraham doesn't swear. Apart from that moment he axed Alistair, that is the moment he's born. I just like swearing. I just like swearing in the accent. Oh fuck.
How about
dear,
this,
good.
Mr. Alistair? You bring Sebastian to me. No debt
Do
needed
you mean Abraham?
for the shard that you stole. Even if unintentional, but it is your patron, you should be a bit more wiser in your situations. And also not to touch things that might be powerfully magically inclined.
I would also like to point out it was your warden that also left it unattended.
Yes, a mistake I will not let happen again.
I would like to point out that you shouldn't touch things that are not yours.
So you want the cat here?
It will pay back for what power you've stole. Though you
Is
do
that
not
with
know.
the necklace also, or can I keep the necklace if I bring him here?
I have no use for such a minor trinket.
Okay.
Would you like the belt? Or is it also a minor I'm gonna assume it's a minor trinket. This is a bad time. Even I can understand it's a bad time, but could I ask you a couple questions about the job you have given us?
How about after I complete my scribe spell, then you may.
Okay.
You see, his eyes go cloud white. You see his face. There's a twitch, an angry twitch in his eye. And the clouding goes away. Someone is keeping him from my sight, or he's somewhere where magic cannot penetrate. Oh. bastard.
Oh, his one is in the church, I imagine. In term of time, would that be the same time?
You don't know.
Or
No, I mean like
my or the
we would
archfey that
know.
I freed is keeping me hidden.
Yeah. I just mean like
Oh yeah,
they will know which
you do
time
not
it is.
know.
Yeah. I do not know, but they will know which time it is. It's fine, I guess.
Well, butter my crumpets. Those are some good-looking folks.
But Radarn says, "Find him, bring him back. You paid for that, of what you stole. Deal? Otherwise, you get to be one of the fleeing prisoners' replacement until I can extract that power myself."
Okay, I guess I can do that. I'll bring him back.
Very well. Right, what's your question? I can't find your friend.
I have a couple questions. Firstly, do you have any sun steel that we could borrow?
I do not
For
have
use.
sun steel that you can
Right.
borrow. You'll have to head up north into the Kingslands for that.
That is a conundrum. Secondly, you mentioned that you come across a couple of the Lin people. Do you know of their whereabouts in this current? Like, let me re-ask the question. Do you know where any of them are, so we could get some assistance in the fight?
I do not. They simply passed through. I've had minor conversations with them, learned a lot. One moved south, one moved west, one even headed east. At different times, different individuals. I've met 5 in my time here. 2 went together down south. At least last I heard, they boarded an Ijdari ship, so I'm assuming they are going to Ijdar, and this was 15, 20 years ago. I can't remember.
That is so no backup. The final question, probably the most obvious one. Where is the tomb that has the vampire?
Do you have a map?
Do we have a map?
I think the only someone got one. I want to say, but I
That
don't
has a
remember
map
who it
of the
was.
coastal inn.
We got the map. I do not know who has it, but we got the map with like the Great Divide and stuff that we got for the captain's quarter, I think, from the other captains.
Were we able to keep that?
You do
Yeah,
have
I mean, Mana
a
used
map
it.
generally of like the coastlines of the Great Divide, but it doesn't necessarily have a map of the Cursed Forest in detail.
Oh, so the map
The one
with
who
the
does
Cursed
have a
Forest
map of
would
the
be.
coast forest.
Yeah, Sebastian.
It's the map you got from the captain was more like routes, naval routes.
Not of this area, more of a naval, short coastal map.
Hold on a second.
I'd like to apologize again for the inconveniences we have caused you, sir.
If it makes you feel any better, he
Oh.
almost struck me down as I was leaving the tower.
I did nearly kill him.
I don't think an apology to me specifically is just what is needed. You might have to apologize for, 30 plus families with dead family members. But that hasn't yet happened, has it? Oh no, that takes time. And how do you catch a killer? You have to follow the murders. Unfortunately.
If we are to be chasing down those escapees, could we borrow either your celestial. Could we borrow your celestial? I'm not too comfortable with the fiend, mostly for the reasons of I don't want to be hearing anything between Alistair and the fiend.
So, my friend up top,
Yes.
he is rather immobile, I'm afraid. He helps me
I
with
give trade.
warding of this tower, and he's also the reason for moving the rooms around.
Oops.
Could we borrow the fiend then?
I need someone to watch my prison.
Could we borrow you?
No. Because unfortunately, I have to find out the whereabouts of the two that escaped. They are much more important than the vampire at this time.
No, I mean to find the escapees.
I'm afraid my means are much better than...
Right, to capture the escapees. Then, if you want to find us.
If I
I
find
would-
them and I need assistance from you, I will let you know. However, considering you are close to this Sebastian, I don't know how far... I don't know how much I can trust you. What's that term? Not trusting as far as I can throw you?
Oh, I follow that rule too, but I can throw quite a few people quite far.
Then you're too trusting.
No, I'm not.
No.
Yeah, you kind of are.
I am not. I don't trust many people.
Zelda comes in. What of the page? The page. Yes. Well, I will not cheat you out of that deal. Slay the vampire, free the Bruins, report back to me your findings, and I can begin my work on it. If the vampire is using the ruins itself as its lair, you'll have to go into it and kill it.
Do you happen to have any scrolls or magics that the others could use that would kill the vampire more efficiently, like radiant magic that the others could use?
I could give you scrolls. Unfortunately, you don't have the quite capacity to cast them.
I assume maybe one of us does. We're quite a diverse group. And we're very mighty.
How long have you been at this? Study of
Me
magic, that is, and looks to Zelda.
Oh.
A while. It shows on top of our conversation earlier. No. None of you are powerful enough to cast what I have in store.
What is a spell? If you're allowed to know. If it is a spell of such magnitude,
Inscriptions, mathematics, equations, and also secret words and phrases derived from power. Inscribed onto a piece of parchment that is special to hold such an enchantment, to then be used and tossed aside.
if it's mathematical, then that would be more of Miss Zelda's or Alistair's or Manners.
Zelda's gonna say,
Wheelhouse.
I'm sure I can cast it.
Yes,
Radahn goes,
I'm certain.
no, you can't.
Well, that is awfully presumptuous.
I've studied for years. Not all mages have studied magic for years. I can give you maybe one scroll. It's practically a penny for me at this point. Scroll of Magic Missile, but at second level. I'm afraid everything else is a little too beyond your grasp. Zelda, I don't know what Zelda thinks, so we'll wait till Chef comes back to look over this to decide how Zelda feels about his comments.
I could text her.
I prefer to wait for her to come back to act it out or say how they felt during that. So you can still text her it though, just so if she has ideas the next time she's here. Yeah, I'm afraid what I have in store is a little too potent. It'll destroy your body first before you can even finish casting it. So I'm afraid you'll have to start with this. Begrudgingly, we'll say Zelda takes the scroll. Now, as for these ruins, here's a map. It gives you basically a copy of the Cursed Forest map, but there's another location that he has specifically pointed out. It lies to the south of a mark that's called the Maddening Glade. Just a little bit beneath that, it's kind of like an X marks the spot.
Mm.
What's it called
And you
again?
see the Maddening Glade. It's south of the Maddening Glade. The location is not named yet.
Right, yeah.
It's not named, but it's called the Maddening Glade.
It's south of the Maddening Glade.
Yeah.
Oh.
I just, yeah.
The X itself, the location that's south of the Maddening Glade, is not named. It is also not too far from the road that connects the two locations of... I gotta go to my own notes here. That's in between Calith and Nazdan. It's just to the right of a road that goes north and south. Connects Calith, Nazdan, and it heads a road that heads north to Calith. That's on the western side of the Cursed Woods. So just a little bit to the right of the roads, there is the Maddening Glades, and a little bit down from that is the X marks the spot. You see a road on the map, which means possible vampire gets victims.
Yeah.
From the traveling road from Nazdan to Calith. I'm sorry, it's Madman's Glade, not Madman's
I was gonna say I like scrolled up and was like, is that
Madman's
what he was
Glade.
talking about? Yeah, I put
Madman
blade.
Glade.
Madman's
Yeah, I
Glade.
put blade. Yeah.
Glade, right.
I'll tell you what. I don't know what I want to do to your friend, Sebastian. I don't know. Do you feel like a slap on the wrist is enough? I don't think so.
What if you were to give him a severe hiding, and then he were to owe you a heavy favor also, and I were to forego payment for killing the leech for you to pay off some of that debt that he owes? If it was him that did it, and if it was, as I've said, he has a good reason for it.
Tell you what. you propose to him that he must bring at least one of the prisoners back, and I'll consider it an honest mistake and never let him in my tower again.
We
That
want two
sound-
prisoners.
That's a good point.
That is, if you find them before I do. If I find them and I need assistance, I will gladly ask that Sebastian take part in at least reclaiming one of them as recompense. However, the other one will be recompense for you. Is that fair?
That is very fair.
Very well.
Yes.
And if neither of you come to do that in a reasonable amount of time, I do not want to time you because I do not know how far these two will go. But if I ever find out that you are purposefully avoiding it, after knowing, I will rip your body apart, Mr. Alistair, to take that power back. Sebastian will be put in one of the prisoners' place to be part of an experiment that he has no consent to.
I would like to ask you kindly to not make threats towards my friends.
That's not a
I
threat,
give
that's
you
a
my-
promise.
I would like you to not make violent promises towards my friends.
Then I would like you
I
to...
give you my words. Hang on. I give you my word that we will both assist you in getting one back. We will do our utmost to find one, and we will also find that vampire. Oh, I hate the word. And we will slay it, and we will cleanse the place of its essence for you. But I would ask that you do not make violent promises towards my friends, Mr. Yeld.
I will ask that you not tell me what I can or cannot think. A lot of people are going to perish because of this. A slap on the wrist is not enough. I'm saying if they voluntarily avoid this, that they will pay for it dearly. He looks you in the eye, Abraham. Not a threat. That's a promise.
I understand it's not a threat.
Now, so long as they are trying, there will be no issues.
So can we do the vampire
I will allow you to
The
do that since
vampire?
that's what you came here for.
first?
But right after.
Okay. That sounds fair.
It'll be more important if I decide to find them. No, if I find them and I find you to tell you where they are and you choose not to go, then that's where your punishment will be due.
As
that
as I've
seems fair.
said,
Non-negotiable.
as I've said, we will definitely assist you, however we can, in retrieving the prisoners.
Good.
Alright.
Because a lot of people will die if we don't. I suppose I should warn you what the two are before you head out for a vampire.
That I was going to ask that.
So, we have an archfey of the Court of Silence.
Has Sebastian mentioned it to everyone or just to a couple people?
You were in the room when he said he was of the Court of Silence.
Gonna
Who
roll
Radon
intelligence.
yelled.
Is
Gonna,
that Cylons or Silence?
Silence, like
Silence.
being quiet.
gonna roll
Okay,
intelligence
okay.
to remember that. Because while Abraham's a good listener, he's. That's say fair.
No, he actually wasn't listening. You were counting. 3 heads versus
Yeah!
7. Yeah, you actually don't.
I was
No.
counting, bro.
This was before that.
Oh, was it? Oh, then okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
this was
Then
this
you can
was
make an
before
intelligence check.
Zelda even entered the tower.
Okay, then yeah, you can make an intelligence check.
I got an 11, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, he was probably distracted by paintings or some shit. Trying to work out some religious crap.
Did I say Vadurin or Veburin?
Zaburin.
Zaburin.
Zeboorin.
EOO?
B. So Zeburin.
Sounds
Yep,
like
I'm
French
sure I
Middle
spelled that
Eastern.
right.
Like Zaboomafoo.
He is an archfey of the Court of Silence. However, he has made it personal goal to sabotage much of my work. Not only just that, he has also been known to exploit mortals often.
He does what to mortals, sorry?
Exploits.
That is not good.
He's personally played what he thought were tricks, but to another person, when the skin is missing, that's not a laughing matter. He has been known to steal children, and they've never been seen from again. No one's found any bodies, but who knows where he hides them.
So he is a very bad person.
He is exactly what people fear of the Fae. Chaotic,
Yes, he gives me
unpredictable,
bad
and what's fun and entertaining or curious to him is not the same to the rest of us.
Very bad man.
There are Fae which can be more easily negotiated with, but not Zaburin.
Oh.
The first thought that comes to his mind of something terrible or something fun in his mind, he acts on it.
That is poor impulse control.
Fae are known for that.
I do believe that, sir.
All Fae are creatures of impulse.
Not all are bad though. I've met a
I
good
will
Fae.
agree, not all bad.
Yes. There's just an unfortunate situation of a few bad apples spoil the bunch.
I am good friends with some Fae creatures. Even Archfey.
There's just two white dudes reasoning for a very bad thing.
But
Hey.
Sorry.
Zaburin, his impulses are too impulsive that they're quite repulsive.
That is two very long words.
Yes, yes, he's very, very bad person.
Yes. He's
Who's
a
the other
naughty
one?
boy.
The next one.
Wait, I'm good at finding Fae, I think.
The next one is Lazon.
Okay, whoa, say that again. Oh,
Lazor.
thank you.
Lazon.
Lazan.
Lazon.
Does he have-
Lazon.
He has a longer name, but I shan't repeat it here.
Charles, is that 21? Is that you?
Lazon.
Bonjour, monsieur Lazar.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Please continue.
This is no laughing matter. I do not know why the two of you are laughing.
I do apologize. It's the name. It is quite a humorous name when you put an accent on.
I'm sorry.
Continue, please.
Lazon, given the name, actually looks like a little girl. It is a creature known as a true mimic. Mimics often are just magical creatures
designed as boxes, chests, curtains, or mundane furniture and objects.
You know, I heard a story about a mimic that was nicknamed Mimicune, but
Oh,
it
no.
met a it met a it met it it met it it met a foul death.
Shut up.
Well, this thing is not a magical creation, but rather a demonic one. It's a true mimic in that it's more like a doppelganger than a mimic, but it can take the shape of objects as well. It is unstable. It is a culmination of a few different creatures into one, and can shapeshift into objects or entities or people at will.
That sounds.
But it is very fast, and it's obsessed with killing.
Would
I take it that one took you a while to capture.
It was quite easy to capture. The hard part was finding out who it was, or what it was.
Yeah.
Once I realized what it was and where it would be, it was quite easy. But the process of finding it is difficult. What were you going to ask?
you understand my ability to sense the demon and the celestial in your basement and attic respectively? Would my magic be able to find the little girl mimic thing?
She does indeed carry the fiendish scent.
Right.
If that's
Thank
what
you.
you're asking.
Yeah, I didn't know how to phrase it properly. I'm not too familiar with how. Regardless, that is good to know. We will have a bit of a advantage at looking for the true mimic. Not to say you would have a disadvantage. You're great. Carry on.
Those are the two that escaped.
I see.
Don't know how long
So
it'll
if we
take
bring-
to find them. Obviously, the more urgent one to catch is probably the true mimic, despite my loathing for Zaburin. At least his are more based on impulse and flights of fancy. It's possible that his next plan might not have anything to do with mortals. And it might have to do with a tree. Does a tree burn, or does a tree get chopped down? If so, that's a little too benign for his tastes, but we hope it's something like that. However, the true mimic is guaranteed to kill. And in theatrical ways. It's not going to simply snap necks at random. It's going to disguise his family members. It's going to turn into the couch someone sits on. It's going to make a show of it and kill its victims.
Do you think the mimic would stay within the city, or do you think it would venture outwards?
I think since it escaped my tower, it's going to try to get out of the city first. It could stick around. It was known for sticking around certain cities when I was locating it, so I wouldn't be surprised that it found.
Could you repeat that? Your voice did not carry across the room. In other words, you cut out of it.
It can appear in a city multiple times if it is uncaught. If people grow suspicious of it, investigate it too much, it'll move to another city. It will not be here in Bridgetown, because I imprisoned it, it most likely will flee. Not sure if it could head to Ijdar, it could head west, head to another settlement along the Green Coast, it could head to Balathia, it could head towards the Kingslands. Even show
So
up
we
and
move.
tell Shea, who knows?
So we have to keep our ear to the ground for any theatrical murders.
Keep an ear out for any strange murders that happen. Somehow a lover turned on their other and killed them in the night. Things of that nature. Anything weird like that, maybe that would be good prime time for testing out your unique ability, Mr. Abraham.
Paladin.
So, again, there is no timetable. I do not wish to rush this because I do wish for them to be caught. However, you are free to continue as you please if you learn nothing. But if I know of something and I've told you and you're steering away from it, that's when the punishments will incur. For you and your
Yes.
tabaxi friend. Favor,
Do you
actually.
have a way of contacting us so that we can best transport ourselves to the area if and when you find one of them?
I'm afraid I am out of messaging stones or the like for now. However,
Darn. Or if we were to find one, we could contact you as well.
the messaging stones I have are only ones on my end. They are all being used. After all, I do have one connected to the king of the Dragon Hearts himself. I do have one that's attended for a dwarf lord, and I do have one that is connected to one of the 10 Archmagi. So I'm afraid they are very important. I can't quite pass them around.
Would you be able to have one for when we return with the news of the defeat of Vampire? And obviously, once both the creatures have been returned to your care, we can obviously return the communication, the messaging stone to you.
It might take a decent while, but I have ways of reaching out to you. Whether you are able to reach back. It's going to take a little bit longer for a message stone to be created. I'm afraid.
Oh, good.
But I do have ways of contacting you. They might not be as quick as a message stone, but I have them.
Like a courier?
Like perhaps an owl delivering a message. Like any classic wizard.
You use owls.
Yes, the
That's
world's
nice.
slowest birds. to travel letters to and from.
Fuck off at owls. Hang on.
They are the world's slowest bird.
Actually, the American woodcock is the slowest.
Oh,
flying
I'm
bird.
sorry, my mistake.
Sorry, it's the
Eric
You
world's...
dare
loses
come
again.
No,
you
it's the-
dare come
it-
after my Harry Potter, motherfucker.
It's the world's slowest general breed of birds, not specific breed.
Have you
the
tried?
Never mind.
There are faster
fine,
birds
that's
for
fine.
Harry Potter wizards to travel their mail. Just saying.
Do you have maybe a pigeon? We use pigeons in my town. They're quite fast and good at returning home.
I have
think the owls will
familiars.
be fine.
I have, in fact, multiple familiars.
Right.
So, we have that said. Miss Zelda, the page, will be awarded upon the killing of the vampire and the proof of such. Vampires turn to ash, and I will know if it's vampiric.
You want a handful? Yes, sir. Handful of. Do you have an urn or something that could best seal the ashes, as we don't want them to blow away or anything?
He just gives you an empty sack.
You. At this point, I don't even know if you are joking with me, sir. A sack is not an appropriate vampire dust carrying utensil.
It's less cumbersome than a vase or an urn. I don't
What
need a
about
lot, I just need
flasks?
enough to identify it as a vampire.
Just one? Or if there's more, do we have to get one for each?
Based on what certain eyewitnesses have told me, and based on information my familiars have granted me, it is one. But people have gone missing
Okay.
from the road, so it's possible there are thralls or others, or their victims
Yes.
involved. There's also,
Could I
quick glance, there were tools at the ruins.
mining tools?
Like they were digging up the ruins.
Yes. Well, that's not good. That's not good.
I was
Do you
curious,
happen to know the?
and I was ready to request an expedition to go excavate it as well, but I saw this excavation was already underway for over 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks, 4 weeks ish. So, and the vampire killings, and I'm assuming, given your Lin bloodline, it is perhaps a vampire that has a grudge against you, or at least your kin.
Well, many do.
Well, this one in particular seems to
Yeah.
have other bodies, whether they are thralls or willing subjects, working on the ruin.
Would you happen to know the caliber of vampire that is in the tombs?
Not quite sure.
Darn.
I'm afraid any familiars I've sent to investigate it have gone out in an instant. To insinuate that, one, either the vampire is very powerful and too fast for me to track, or the vampire has spells and is sniping out my familiars before they get there, or get enough to see.
Or it just has an anti-magic arena.
I've thought that too, but one was 200 feet away from the ruins. The next one was able to get close within 20 and see the tools themselves before blacking out. I would also be wary in case there's something else other than just a vampire. Vampires have been known to have other abominations and creatures aiding them from time to time. They're not the only
I
things
did
that
not
stalk
know
in the
that.
night. Well, all kinds of stories.
So there could be a lycanthrope there as well.
Well, maybe not specifically a lichen, maybe unless a vampire figured out how to control one. Lichens tend to lash out at everything, including vampires. Think of this more as if there are some more potent undead.
Well, I am good at killing undeads.
Then this should be no problem for you.
Yes.
But still err on the side of caution. Because if it has charmed individuals, or if there are thralls. See, a vampire thrall, they might as well, if they are already turned fully, they might as well be a vampire fledgling. That if you kill the original, they will be free to think for themselves, to be their own vampire. However, if they are bitten but not yet turned, they can still be prevented from becoming a vampire.
How would one go about doing that?
I don't know. Either you kill the vampire and they're free of its control, or you knock them out.
That can be done.
And those thralls, or they are simply enthralled, charmed. Same thing. However, a little bit of knocking around the head
can sometimes loosen one's grasp on their mind. It might hurt them, but they might be able to get knocked out of such an effect.
Well, pain is better than servitude, especially to a vampire.
Indeed. Now that I've calmed down, a plan has been set. If you hear anything
Yes.
about those two after the vampire slaying, you pursue it. For you, Alistair, and Sebastian's sake. Or you wait
Yes,
until I find
get
them
it.
and I tell you. I want to make sure you do. This is important.
We do understand, Mr. Radon. You will hurt them in way. You will hurt them, and experiment on them. We go back and forth all day. We
Well,
understand.
Sebastian will get the experimenting. I'll just be dead.
Regardless, we have already expressed our enthusiastic agreement to your conditions.
Very well. You're free to go.
I just want to say, you seem very stressed. Sometimes physical contact can help you relieve
Or
some of that stress.
woodworking. Well, thank you for having us. I'm just gonna sort of like pick up
Yep.
Alistair,
He was
put
about
him
to
on
say
his
something,
shoulder.
Wait.
but
No,
as soon as you carried him away,
thank you for your help, Mr. Radon Yell. It has been
By the
enlightening
way,
as
Justine is still
always.
out. Justine is still out. By the way, so Justine's just riding on. Probably at this point is just kind of like just like on top of Alistair while he's being taken away by
Justin just
Abraham.
kind of crawling all over Abraham, not really like, not attacking him. It's just like
Yeah.
that pet that's like perching on people.
Yeah.
But he has sharp claws. Now, it's not enough to deal damage, but you're feeling them,
Yeah.
Abraham.
I sort of very much like as he keeps talking, basically saying goodbye to stop Alice from talking. His teeth like are gritted more and more as he talks through it. But it has been a pleasure as always. Lovely to see you. Good. Try the woodworking. It did wonders for my temper.
Telling
And
you, let your shield down.
he's like yelling as he's looking out the door. Alice is just on his shoulder.
Let your shield down. You won't
Alistair.
regret it.
Alistair, I'm going to ask you very kindly. Could you learn consent?
Probably not. No.
I will give you an ultimatum. Learn consent, or every day I will punch you in. I'll punch you
Every day.
in a place where it will actually hurt, not a pleasurable hurt.
Oh, the sweet spot.
No, I mean the throat.
Yeah, not very kinky.
I know. It's for breathing. I would ask that you learn consent.
Yep, I get it. Fine, whatever.
Zelda says,
There we go.
let's not argue. It's annoying as is that we have more things to do that is none of my fault. And the fact that it took
Okay,
us
he
this long
sent
to
me
get
down
the
there.
Regardless of how and why we are doing these jobs, it is a good thing we are doing them, as it will mean that Redaniel will be more on our side. So if we are to ever have a conundrum that needs his expertise, we have him on side. Would we all not agree?
So are you still holding Alistair? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Or did you put him down?
He's probably walking through the streets with Ash just on his shoulder because he doesn't trust him to like run back in.
Abraham,
Considering everything else he's learned about this group, he knows that trusting, like letting them go, is sometimes the worst thing to do.
I like to imagine that. Like,
Oh no. I thought it was something
I like to
bad.
imagine the line from
Uh,
Shrek 1.
He
He's
gets
like,
a poking in the shoulder. I'm going to
I'm no
throw
one.
straight to it off the
I
bridge.
like to imagine Shrek in the first Shrek movie. I'm no one's messenger boy. I'm a delivery boy. And just fireman
Delivery
carries.
boy.
Yeah.
Okay, you can put me down. I'm not going back.
Are you actually not going back, or are you lying?
I will say it's not too far out as you're having this conversation that just down the street can be seen our other half of the party.
Do we see him?
Yep, Sebastian,
Oh,
Mana, and
Justine.
Alexi.
Come.
Sebastian is happily eating a fish.
Abraham will call out to the other group. Alistair's still on his shoulder.
Hi.
I said let me down.
I didn't let you down.
You're never gonna let him down.
Well, he needs to learn that everyone needs to learn to not run off.
He's
Sure,
teaching me a
Mr.
lesson.
Abraham.
Apparently,
Everyone
I've been
should learn
bad.
that lesson, Mr. Abraham. You're so right.
I don't like being called Mr. Abraham. It's just Abraham.
Yes,
I also
Mr.
don't like the
Abraham.
way. I also don't like the way that you are saying that I'm teaching you a lesson, Alistair. I'm trying to help you understand people a bit better. I understand that you had a challenging life, and I feel for you. I would just like it if you did not make other people's lives a bit more challenging.
All I did was make a suggestion that he let his shield down.
And he didn't like the he doesn't like physical contact.
I mean, did you ask him?
If the man, I'm not good at sexual understanding. I'm not too great with human emotion stuff. But if a man has a shield up that stops you from running and touching him, he clearly is opposed to touching of any nature.
Or he's insecure.
It sounds like it's just opposed to touching in harming.
Regardless of how he is, we should respect that. And if at a later date you could talk to him about it and find the root of the problem.
Yes, I'm sure he'll change later.
You could talk to him, and at least if you know, then you may be able to find a way through the shield. And if you know and there is not a way through the shield, then you would have closure.
I mean,
Okay, fine, I get it. Can you please let me down?
Yes. And he'll set him down.
anyway, we found
Justine.
Dolly water. We didn't find Sunsteel, though.
No sunsteel. There's apparently only sunsteel in. Oh fuck! What did he say?
The Kingslands.
The Kingslands.
I mean, do we want to waste time going there?
Well, we have other pressing matters.
Yeah, I assume so.
Yeah.
We actually wanted to see with Daniel if he could provide some funds to like maybe help us buy more holy water and other stuff from the church. But we already have secured a deal with like $15 for 45 gold.
I don't think that's a good idea.
He isn't too pleased with Sebastian.
Yes, again, the damn cat does something.
As I recall, you also did something, Alistair. But pointing fingers does not help. Now, two of Mr. Redonyeld's prisoners escaped. A murderous mimic. Luckily, I have an advantage at finding it. And hang on, I wrote it on my arm. And Zabu, the mimic is called Lezon, and the other thing is an archfey of the Court of Silence, and is called Zaburin. Now we have to get both of them back, either through our finding him or Danielle finding him and calling upon us.
Both of them?
Otherwise, both of them. Otherwise, he's going to turn Alistair inside out, and I imagine,
Yes.
excuse me,
Who-
I imagine Alistair would not like that, and Sebastian.
Yeah, Alistair's literally gonna put his hand up and kind of go and do a 50-50 fucking symbol with his hand
I don't
when he
think you'd
says
like.
he won't like that.
Don't think you'd like death. That's my assumption. And Sebastian, you would take Zaburin's place in experiments.
Would anyone have, would Aristotle have corrected Abraham when he said both of them? Because
No, we need both of them.
no,
One we
Daniel
yeah.
said only one.
He said both.
One for each. One to
One
repay.
for each?
One
We
to
have to
repay
find
for,
one.
to repay
Yeah.
for the power Alistair took from a crystal, and one to repay for
Fuck.
Sebastian's sabotage, essentially.
This is why you don't piss off archmages.
Well, I'm sure it will be fine with one. We can't really.
No, he was explicitly not fine with just one. He said if we try and
Well-
welch on the deal, he will find you two and do it.
Are you
And he-
suggesting to like put to prison a friend of Sebastian? Because like, you said he's an FF on the Court of Silence.
What?
Sebastian, I assume that's why you help him.
I will help find Mimic, but I refuse to put my lord and surrogate father back into the hands of that wizard.
Will you stop us if
It depends.
I don't like ultimatums.
Wow.
Friends, like we're a group, isn't a friend of a friend a friend?
No, a
And-
friend is someone I can count on and they can count on me. I like to meet my friends.
I mean,
He
we
was-
can meet that guy, I assume. Oh, so
Well, he sounds like a very interesting fellow with the tricking people into giving them his skin. Or stealing children.
Oh, come now. You mortals are no fun. A simple skin switch is common practice in the Feywild.
yeah,
It's
Feywild
also
are
common
weird.
practice in my town to, when you meet a new person and invite them around for dinner, to play a light joke on them by serving them the first course and it be entirely bark. Now, I would not do that to any of you because A, we are not in my town, and B, I don't think you would very much enjoy bark.
A bug.
Yeah, of a tree. We're lumberjacks, you know.
I mean, I would think it's a funny joke.
To take the bark or the skin.
The bug?
Right, it is actually quite funny. I got my uncle that way once, and he got me back.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we can talk to that friend of Sebastian and like convince him to stop, and maybe that would be good enough for the mage.
regardless,
Let's worry
he
about-
did say that we are allowed to do the vampire job first.
Okay.
That's good.
So
Because
we want to... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
depending on when we find the Boran, the Withered One, there could be the possibility that I stop. The Boran has information that can lead me back to my person. So,
And of course, him being your lord, he gave it to you freely, didn't he? Everyone sort of like smiles hopefully.
he said he would contact me. All he knows is she's currently blocked. Something is blocking his ability to connect to her.
So she could be in an anti-magical area like that.
Like what?
I
Nothing
don't know.
particular.
I said like, but I've realized I don't know actually any anti-magical stuff.
Fair enough. Well, holy water.
Yes. We found this lovely temple. Well, nothing happened at all. And we made a deal with them.
What was the deal?
One dose of holy water for 3 gold, but they can only do 15. We were hoping
One-
to maybe strike a better deal with Daniel's help, but apparently not.
Well, I know a bit about turning water to holy water. I can do it myself at a more expensive rate.
Oh, you want to be paid for giving us holy water?
No, as in the components for me to perform that
Oh,
magic
I see.
costs more than the 3 gold for a vial.
Then
Well,
we
they
should
also
ask them
offered a
scroll?
blessing on our weapons if we are able
Oh no,
to.
it only lasted 1 hour.
Yes, but
What?
did they not offer us a scroll to?
Yeah, we did ask them about that, and they said that you might be able to, Abraham, but they're not sure of you, brother. So they're not sure yet.
Yes, they want to meet you, Abraham.
Oh, well, I would love to. Could I ask a question that I'm gonna phrase this very frankly? Are they bad people?
I mean, no, they worship a good God. They are nice people.
Worshipping a good god doesn't always mean they're good people. I mean, Sebastian knows firsthand sort of what I mean. That city we went to, the people that had the page, they were terrible.
I mean, when I entered their temple, I was afflicted with a curse of paralysis and was completely unable to move because I am seen as a outer planar being and a danger. But they then released it once I was once I told them I was not a threat to them.
I can accept that. I will. They sound amicable.
Honestly, they sound really nice. The high priest, I have a very good impression of him. He seems to not like lies, or being very good at telling when someone lies. So keep that
Oh,
in
I
mind.
also don't like. I think I'll get along amazingly with this man. I also do not like lies. It's a
Yeah.
shame I allied myself with you lot, but you cannot sometimes choose your friends. And I just hope one day you will all choose a bit more honesty sometimes.
I've never truly lied to you, Abraham. I withhold truth, but I never blatantly lie.
Alexia raises her hand at Abraham, saying that he wants them to lead more honest lives.
Obviously, excluding you, Miss Clexy,
No,
that is my bad.
Kirsty was
You
talking. Abraham.
Yeah,
What were you saying, Kirsty?
right.
You're a bit, you're not that loud, so that's yeah.
No, he answered her
Okay.
right away,
Yes,
so
Abraham
I
is
was waiting for
responding to
him.
Lexi.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sorry.
was not
I
collecting.
couldn't
had,
really
like,
hear you
collecting.
because you're very good.
Obviously,
I'm
excluding
sorry.
you, Miss Clexy, I understand. Me and you are on similar paths with similar goals and similar beliefs. Obviously, not the same, as we are unique people. Shit, that's good.
Well, thank you. Just making sure I was excluded.
Yes.
I thought we were all about inclusivity in this group.
Well, yes, and that's why I care about you all very deeply. You are all friends of mine, and I care for you. I do wish some of you were a bit more honest, but that is, again, as I've said about everyone has their own flaws. I'm not. I'm also flawed. And then it is because of our flaws that makes us unique, and it's because of each of your flaws that I also like you, as well as your more positive things. Because you are unique people, and I like you all. I don't think I'd like a perfect person. Excluding Miss Zelda, who is perfect, in my opinion. Apart from in physical combat. No offense, Miss Zelda.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you have some good points. I
The
feel like
church
everyone
is this
will
way, everyone.
Looks like
To the church.
Zelda's about to say something,
Oh, okay.
but then she decides not to say anything. According to what Abraham said.
Can I do an insight check on that too? I guess no, she's not here. I shouldn't.
I would say it would automatically fail since the player's not here.
Yeah. She said.
All right. On your way back to the Tide Called Temple. You reach the doors of the temple, and there's the half-orc individual again. He's like, "Oh, welcome back. These the rest of your friends.
Yep.
Come on in." Wait.
It's just-
Actually, hold on.
Yes, thank you.
I can wait
Specifically-
outside. It's okay.
No. I just need to get a couple of my brothers to suspend the spell to allow you entry, so that you don't get paralyzed again.
Thank you.
Oh, please, no. I'd like to see that.
Oh.
Thank you for your understanding of my friend's non-hostility towards your group.
Man, there's no hostility. A high priest sees him as trustworthy.
Yes.
It's just that the ward on the temple itself is rather. It's in
Magic
general.
is
It's in general. It's not specific to a type of entity. It's specific towards
yes.
outer planar. And your friend happens to just fall into that category.
Thank you for your consideration.
You're quite welcome. He opens the door, and two of the monks are there. The half-orc speaks to them, and they all hold up their hands, all three of them. And you see like an invisible barrier in the door that's open, shimmer, and then they wave their hands. All right, you can come on through.
Okay, we're walking. I'm not walking.
It's all inside.
Galaxy follows.
Could I do a religion check to work out who they worship, or is it abundantly obvious?
I'll say, well, where you're from, are the greater gods of the divinity, are they known from your hometown?
Probably certain ones.
Certain ones?
Like
Then this one
definitely the
indeed.
nature god and
Then-
Dawn Father
then-
are known.
Then Ysera, definitely. You do know Ysera. Ysera, there's someone that had a story that Ysera has. Depending on which
Say
part of
again?
the world people worship Ysera, they worship her and see her in different ways. But she's generally about nature and of the earth. She's of the rivers. She's of the sea. She's kind of like this life force goddess. She guards over something that the divinity holds dear, which is the tree of life. From a plane called Paradise. The tree of life resides within the realm of Paradise, guarded by the Queen of Nature and the King of Dragons.
Did you say tree of life?
The tree of life.
I would like to see this tree.
Well, it's in the lore. This tree of life resides within the plane of paradise. But there is a tree with magical runes on it in the center of this temple.
Can I identify what type of tree it is?
There is no roll needed. You've never seen a tree like this.
Abraham's just sort of like, he was like looking around the place quite like amazed by everything. And he just looks at the tree, his jaw drops, he's just like, he's now staring like, come on, I should know this. Like, he's like, like, this is like, there's like a burning smell coming from his ears. That's how much he's trying to work it.
Nose bleeding.
Yeah. He's like, I need to know the I'm the tree guy.
All right, calm down, Randy Savage.
A hooded figure approaches you all, but
Oh, yeah.
looks
Sorry.
looks to Abraham. Beautiful, isn't it?
It is unlike any other tree I have seen, but what is it? Don't tell me, actually. I will know it. I'll work it out.
He come from a town that is specialized in walking trees. So that's fine.
Oh, really? Well,
The town of Colne. Everyone, just one moment. Let me work out the tree.
I'll roll a history check on him. Cole, I do not know where that is, but it sounds lovely.
It's just remarkable. No, I apologize. Oh,
Hello again, Mr. Kevin.
he's like the first time Abraham's genuinely like being quite like, I'd say rude to people, like trying to like get him to stop talking and that stuff. Like shushing people. Just trying to work out this tree.
So he gets worked up over a tree.
Brother loves his wood.
Wood is really walking
Well,
there.
this is but a seedling, and I'm afraid it will not grow to its full potential for another 1,000 years. But it is filled with life and grows still. Maybe 200 years from now, we'll have to expand the temple to make room for it. It's one of the seedlings of the Tree of Life, the tree that Ysera herself guards with her life.
I wish Kevin. By the way, this is the paladin that we mentioned earlier.
Oh, is he? Well, nice to meet you. Holds out his hand.
Abraham's like still intensely staring at the tree. He's like, he partly heard something like seedling. Oh, come on. It's a seedling. A seedling of. And he starts going, oh, Abraham, Todd Hanks, Kenway. Nice to meet you, sir.
It's nice to meet you. I am the Archpriest Acheron of the Temple of Ysera, the Tide Called Temple. So, your friends were interested in scrolls, and you had a conversation about getting Radon to throw resources our way for potentially more holy water.
Yes. We
Sadly, we
decided.
will.
Oh, sorry. You can
Sadly,
keep
we
going.
were not able to talk to Radon. But we still have the coin for holy water.
Yes, 15 holy water would be enough. 15 does.
15
also-
doses. Very well.
Yes.
That will be 45 gold in total.
And how much would the scroll cost?
Kalexi hands over the 45 gold as Abraham has given her 40.
You hand him the gold, he hands it to one of the monks. Fetch the holy water.
15 doses exactly.
Thank you very much.
As he sends a monk away, he says, "The scroll." He reaches into like his sleeve, and it's one of those monk robes that like the sleeves, they hang further down. They're not tight
Are you okay
on their
tonight?
arms. You know those monk robes that are like the sleeves are not tight around the wrist. They're kind of like hang down a
Yes,
lot.
it's very little.
He reaches into the sleeve and he pulls out a scroll.
So he's quite an aged monk. Got loose sleeves.
Yes, very much.
Nice.
I wish to Kevin. Forgive me for my curiosity, but like, did you carry this skull in your sleeve this whole time, or is there some magic in there? Is it a magic seal?
Did you want to do a check for it?
I mean, sure, she can do a check for it as well, but she's asking.
Oh, you're asking him?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
asking.
I had it
But
on
I can
my
do a
person.
check as well.
There's nothing magical about this robe, except for it's very comfortable. That is the true magic.
There's good magic.
That is true. Comfort is magic.
No, after you left, I went and retrieved the scroll and held on to it until you returned.
Oh, I see.
What is the spell on the scroll?
The smell on the scroll?
Are you capable of projecting a spell, magical energy, to cast Holy Weapon?
I think so, but I cannot remember.
Isn't Holy Weapon a level 5?
I don't think so.
Yes, I
It's a level
believe
5.
I can.
Can you cast a level 5?
Dude, spell slots is a scroll.
You do have to be the equivalent level that you would cast
Yeah.
that level of a spell. However,
I'm not
level 5,
of. If given a lot of time, I could definitely cast a spell. But my current power level, my current understanding of my powers, no, I could not.
then if you believe you will be, even if not now, maybe it'll come in time when you fight the vampire, or maybe perhaps you'll need it for something else. I bestow upon you the scroll of Holy Weapon.
Oh, thank you very much. You are very kind people.
This one is altered.
Ah.
Normally, Holy Weapon can only affect one target. This affects up to 3 weapons.
Hang on, holy weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Fifth level spell. No, in order for you to cast it, you'd have to be 17th level.
You imbue a weapon you touch with holy power until it's
I'll
burned.
say, yeah, I'll say as for mine, for the scrolls, you just have to be the equivalent level of what the class that would normally cast it has to be at minimum. So what would the
So you
cleric
need to be.
cast it at?
Let me look. Cleric can cast 5th level at 9th level.
It's quite far away.
14th level? No.
4 level.
No way, I'm serious.
9th,
I
yeah.
think it's not that.
Fuck me.
Yeah. I mean, you asked for something that could help with vampires, and it's like, holy weapon.
Let's get to level 9 before we fight this vampire.
Oh yeah, level 9. Okay.
Or
Do you-
if you kill the vampire without it, it's possible you could have it for other things, especially if there's more vampires involved.
Time
I
to
was saying, I'm
execute
sure
that.
that's not the last vampire.
No. Do you perhaps? I would like to preface it with I'm extremely grateful for your kindness in giving us this scroll.
You're welcome.
Is there a spell? Is there a less powerful spell, but still powerful, that I would be able to use at my current power level? If I were to put my power level into a number, I would say I'm about a 4 at this current moment.
I mean, it would be a spell of a power
So
level
this-
of 2.
So the second circle of magic.
Yeah.
Only second circle spells.
Hang on, is it's
yeah.
cleric's only second level?
Yeah,
That's
it's only
not
at
very
second
might
level.
be
Well,
felt.
because you're fourth level, yeah. If you get third
Yeah.
level spell slots by fifth.
It's fourth level. Fuck.
Fifth level when you get fourth level spells for cleric.
Yeah.
I believe that what we have, this is probably the best I can give you.
Right.
We have minor scrolls to like create light to acquire those.
Say that one more time.
We have scrolls that create light.
That would act as that would actually be very useful, as vampires can move in the shadows. So if we were
Is it
able to
true?
light up.
Actually, I don't know if my character would know that. I'm sorry.
We were able to light up ourselves, it would not be able to teleport to us.
Oh, very well then.
Yeah.
You can keep the scroll of holy weapon.
Well, very so if you do ever need something, I will be there as fast as I can. And if I'm alive, I would very much happily help you extend your church when that mighty tree grows.
An ally to the Temple of Ysera. Oh, a happy day indeed. What is your name?
Abraham Todd Hanks Kenway, named after my mother and 2 fathers.
Intriguing. I have spoken my name. My family is long gone.
I have also lost most of my. I never knew one father, and my other parents passed away too. I feel your pain, sir.
Well, it
But
seems,
it is not about those losses, but those that we still have.
it seems
Sorry.
the goddess of the winds and the earth has brought us together. Look forward to our collaboration in the future, Abraham.
What was that? What was this guy's name?
Todd
I didn't
Hanks
write it
Kenway.
down.
Acheron?
Fuck me. Why do you give everyone such long names?
Yeah, Kevin is
That's a
not
long name.
Yeah,
That's a long name. Damn.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm just not going to call any of my NPCs Jeffrey.
Bro, it's 6 letters long. That's really long. That's 7 letters long. That's long, bro.
It's as long as Abraham. Wake up.
I see. So we're bad with numbers. You're bad with letters.
Hey, you know what else
Yeah,
is seven?
I failed English.
No, you know what else is 7 letters long, but it's easy to say?
Kenway? Oh, I know.
Oh my
No,
What's
that's
the name?
6.
I know.
That's not spelled Jeffrey, you penis.
People have
Hey,
spelled
don't you
Jeffrey
call
that
me
way.
that.
It's that way.
Jeffrey
that way.
has been spelt that way.
No.
Or if you're a bellend.
You know what? You know what I'll say in this sense? Who cares? Let's move on.
You know what else is 7 letters?
That's nice, old bellend.
That's still 7 letters in my mind.
That's how you spell bellend.
7 letters.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
Damn.
A really long word.
Owned.
He's the, was he, priest of the...
Ysera. High priest of Ysera. Acheron, his name.
High Priest Acheron
High priest.
of the Temple of Ysera, also called the Tide Call Temple.
The Tycoon.
I'd call.
Just gonna copy and paste it from Discord. Or was it Tide what?
Tide call.
All.
Tide Call?
Yes.
I call. Put it on the
Ring
spot.
ring. Alright. I put next to him, good friend.
Yeah, you find someone that's like just a decent dude, and also believes in like nature and stuff. Though he does serve a deity, while you necessarily don't. But similar ideals. Oh yeah, actually, that something makes sense. Mana, there's something I forgot to say that just came to me now since we're talking about Ysera. About Iliath, the goddess of pleasure. She's jealous of Ysera's beauty. After some time after being corrupted. Can you guys hear me?
Tree of life.
Yeah, Acheron. Abraham was taking notes, I think, about Acheron.
I got it wrote down. I know
Oh
the
yeah,
bloke's
something
name.
about Iliath.
Yeah.
Or we
Oh
just
yeah,
already
you
covered
priest.
also
that.
told me
High priest
that,
Acheron of the Asera
Of Ysera,
Oh, yeah.
or
Oh yeah, that's
or
right.
high
Yeah.
priest of Tidecall. He's
oh
a
yeah,
good
we were
friend.
talking about the Nine Letters as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Talking about, yeah.
yeah, I think the only thing I said with Iliath was that after she became evil and corrupt.
Yeah, she was jealous of Ysera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because aside from her, the most beautiful thing was Ysera.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't imagine being jelly of a god.
Imagine being a god and being jealous of another god. So,
Yeah, she said.
Yeah.
Vance, Vance is jealous of the god, but he's jealous for different reasons.
As you,
Uh,
he hands you the scrolls. He hands you 2 scrolls of the, it's just a cantrip, but it's light.
hell yeah.
So he hands you those, and he hands you the scroll of holy weapon, but obviously it can affect up to 3 targets instead of just one. You have to be, you essentially have to be 9th level to use the holy weapon, but that just means you get to keep it until the big fight. And yes, the only one who can cast it, I believe, is Abraham, unless someone
Guys.
multi-classes. No. So he hands you that. And who's taking the 15 doses of holy water?
I feel like Abraham should.
Alright. Is it vials or doses?
They're little vials, but they translate as a dose for mechanical purposes. One dose means you can make 1 attack with the affected weapon before the effect wears off. But what that means is things that are more susceptible to holy are probably going to take more damage from the weapon than they normally would. But it also makes the weapon kind of magical, so if it's a mundane weapon, put holy water on it, it could hit a ghost.
Technically, couldn't I throw the vials at the vampire as well because I'm proficient with improvised weapons?
Improvised weapons, I think you could, but this is more about like the effect once it explodes. Improvised weapons is about your physical force in connecting.
I got pretty good physical force.
So you're not adding any extra damage from you necessarily. It's like throwing a bomb, right? You don't add any of your stats to it. It's based on the bomb itself. So yeah, you could throw a bunch of vials of holy water, like just like a holy water grenade, like a holy Molotov against vampires. You totally could do that.
It is brilliant.
Lord Omnipotent DM, is it 15 hits or 15 attempts?
That is a great question. Hits. If it misses, it's still on the weapon.
Weapon has to make contact.
Ah.
Yeah. Or if 2 hours pass, then it goes away. So
Yeah.
only has a duration of 2 hours, which is.
What if I pour all the vials onto the axe?
Then you can basically hit 15 times that will have the holy water before they're gone.
What if I Wolverined the vials between my knuckles?
What?
Then you're an
technically with your
you're an idiot.
Technically with your tavern brawler, technically you can.
Technically, I'm not an idiot, fuckers.
Just moisturize your knuckles and your fists.
You're wasting 9 vials for 2 punches.
Who said it's a waste to be awesome?
I suggest doesn't mean it's not a waste.
I suggest we split them by 5 because we have 3 people that attack physically.
Yeah.
So
like you could have a 5. You could have it's essentially those who have weapons, right?
Yeah, I would say, yeah. Only half our group has weapons. The other half is
spellcasters.
Yeah.
Spellcasters.
Mana does have a rapier, but she never used it yet.
You use that in the most dire of situations if you're completely out of spell slots and they're in melee with you.
Zelda still doesn't have that dagger, does she, or does she?
She has a dagger.
Okay, I guess it's that.
We need to turn Zelda into like the swole wizard meme, just like on my spell slot, but I'm not out of options.
I cast fist. But yeah.
What do you mean? I might do that.
So he hands you the 15 vials. You divide that up as you need to. You could go 5 and 5 between your like martial people. So like the paladin get 5, your ranger could get 5. So 5 to Abraham, 5 to Kalexi, and then 5 to Sebastian, or it could be all to Kalexi or all to Abraham, or
I see
5.
separating them by 5 between the
Yes.
people with weapons. I see is the right call.
Okay.
yeah, and essentially it's gonna be like if you're using a ranged weapon with it, it's like, all right, I'm taking these 5 arrows or these 5 crossbow bolts, and I'm applying the holy water to it.
Wouldn't
Wouldn't
if
that
it
mean miss for me
Yeah.
uses it?
Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing. If you're using a ranged weapon, then a miss might actually use it. It's melee. If you miss, it doesn't use up the holy water. But a miss
Well, I
might, because it's
guess-
going to hit something beyond.
Well, I guess don't miss.
Isn't
I-
a vial of poison able to like coat 10 pieces of ammunition?
Yeah,
It's
but this isn't
poison.
poison.
Yeah.
So vampire poison.
These are tiny tinctures.
Poison.
These are tiny
See,
tinctures of holy water. And the fact that I'm giving you holy water at all.
Yes. Thank you.
Fair
Thank
enough.
you to Neosium.
Because, there are 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're level 4, and only one of us had radiant damage.
Yeah.
Tough
But,
times
but
all
plenty
around.
of you have magic damage, too.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah,
would
I'm-
say, yeah.
I'm the only one without a magic weapon.
I
Mhm,
want
I
to
got a
say
magic
I'm not
weapon.
gonna complain about anything because
You have a sword.
one could have Sebastian either killed or like made the whole situation divide a lot. So I'm
I
very
do have
thankful personally.
I do have a sword, but it's still technically a magic sword.
I have a bow,
yeah, you
but
do have a
it's
magic sword.
magical.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the other
Oh.
2 marshals have magic weapons.
I got a
Um,
magic necklace.
I believe yours isn't magic, but doesn't matter for you, Abraham. Because smite.
Wait. I have a question.
Yes.
Theoretically, the belt gets wrapped around Abraham's hand. Could it technically be a magical weapon, as it's a magic item that would be used as an improvised weapon?
DM ruling,
He's like,
I would say you'd have to attune to it.
I am attuned to it.
But you don't get the effects because you're not wearing it.
I would technically be wearing it just as knuckle dusters.
No, you'd have to wear it around your waist as a belt.
As a
But
belt.
if you
Damn, I have
took
to-
it
I have to-
off to punch with it, I would allow it.
I could take a -2 to my con to punch with a belt.
Pretty much.
Now, just because I say it makes it treat it like it's a magic weapon where you can hit ghosts with it, it might have additional effect if it's hitting something that's very much exposed to holy based stuff, like a vampire very much could be.
Mm-hmm.
It might affect them dearly.
I could divine smite a vampire with the belt.
With the belt of dwarven kind.
I'd say technically, if it was used as like a weapon, it technically you could use divine smite through it.
That's why I was wanting a chain, so I could
Would,
literally.
would Abraham actually do that though? Wouldn't he
If
take
you've
it
seen-
seriously?
If you've seen Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter, he would
Oh,
totally fucking
gosh.
wrap something around his knuckles.
A
Okay.
chain. Now you're making me think of like a Belmont.
Yeah.
Mm.
He's like a mix of Belmont and Abe Lincoln.
It's like historical Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter, and a bit of Belmont in there.
Yeah, that's Abraham.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well,
Plus, like classic
yeah.
Kenway flair.
So how are you dividing up the holy water?
5.
5 to each.
5 each.
Abraham, Alistair, Sebastian. Oh no, Abraham. It's just Sebastian.
Yes, 5 to Alistair.
Yeah. Now, one
Yeah.
thing too, 5 uses may not feel
Is
like
Lou.
a lot, but it's like
That's 5 hits.
5 hits is a pretty good chunk in a fight.
Yes, that's.
Especially if you're critting. You're critting.
Yeah, dude.
One of them is a crit.
Mhm.
That's a
5
proper
hits is pretty
ouchie.
much 5 downs.
Yeah, I would say like even for you ranged folks, arrows and crossbow bolts, even if you miss, but you still have decent chances to hit with your crossbow and with your bows. That if they have holy water on them, you hit a vampire, something that would normally be very like resistant to your arrows is suddenly like feeling a heavy impact at range.
Could.
Klexi, isn't your bow better in the moonlight? I got it, if I remember correctly.
Oh, is it?
It
I
was a
honestly
moonbow, yeah.
can't remember.
You with the elven moon bow, which is better.
It
Like
is.
if it's a full moon, you it does more damage. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, we won't know if it's a full moon though.
We could ask a lunamancer.
You can just look at the moon, please.
Nah.
Do you know when it's a full moon, look at the moon, or whether it's like a near full moon? Nah.
I mean,
Your
of course
answer,
you
that's
could
good.
tell.
I mean, you could
No,
always
you
look at
can't, because
you can always look at the moon and tell what phase it's in, but whether the phase changes by the next night, you can always ask a lunamancer, so to speak, or more of it like an astronomer.
Oh, you could just look 2
Right.
days in a row and you would know.
he's laughing. Fucking sorcerer, there is a lunar subclass of sorcerer. So fuck you, lunamancer.
Okay.
Well, if it's not specifically a lunamancer, an astronomer works. Because astronomer's not like a spellcaster; it's more like
Yeah.
a low-level artificer who just has points in knowledge stuff.
Just has points.
That's it.
Just has points in moon.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
With the sorcerer lunamancer, yeah, that would be more specialized. That would be a specialized character for that.
So we
No.
divide up the holy water and.
What time is it? What time of day is it?
Oh, it's relatively like 2 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
No, why they didn't touch you wooden yet until 2 p.m.
Okay.
I at least I wouldn't think so. I assume it's like probably morning.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be exact, but it's kind of like the idea, like it's around.
Yeah, that's fair.
So,
Sebastian's going to ask, did you find the location of this vampire?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes. Sadly, we don't have any backup available, as the other Lin members are. Well, they're very far away. The last one he saw was 15 years ago.
Where? Sebastian's going to pull out his map of the cursed wood. Where did he say it was?
Abraham will pull out the map that they were given. And so like he'll look at his map, then look at Sebastian's map, and try and like point to it on Sebastian's map.
I have this. I have the Madman's Grove as a mark on my map as well.
Yep, it appears like these marks were like made with like in bulk to be given out or sold. But it looks like Abraham's map was written and drawn on, like notes and stuff, by Radarn Yeld.
What are the notes? I'll phrase it. Do the notes say anything of note, of worth to our current?
Not anything that you don't already know. Like it's mostly just about the ruin. Sightings of where the vampire had struck, which is along the road, but he warned you that if it's a vampire, it moves. It's not staying in one place.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was in the temple right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not kicking you out.
Okay. I think Mana would like to ask Tiai Questakeron why are the curse wood called the curse wood?
Why it is called the Curse Wood?
Yes.
Well, it used to be called the Dark Woods.
at one point in time. However, people began to go missing. Trees ended up coming to life and harming travelers. Strange creatures have been born in there. The dead have begun to rise. But there's no definitive proof of any of this. Small stories here or there, pockets within the woods that have these rumors and suspicions. And, well, give enough of these for generations, it takes a new name. And it's called the Cursed Wood.
The vampire is at the Mage March or something? Was
Well,
that right, Abraham?
I am not surprised. However, this is the first time I've heard of vampires from you all. I don't believe I've heard of vampires in
Oh
the
yeah,
Cursed
with a
Wood.
creature of the night. Ah, I see. Okay.
Is there any rumors about Madman's Glade?
I am on this game. Thank you.
Well, as the name suggests, it's for madmen. People who have come from there ended up not okay. They ended up struggling with their day-to-day lives, sometimes seeing hallucinations at every corner. Some believing something followed them home.
Is there? Did they mention like an altar or something of import in that area?
I'm gonna roll for it. You're lucky.
Guidance.
You're lucky. He got a nat 20 on his own history check. To
Dang.
recall knowledge.
Oh,
They mentioned a strange shrine within. Yes, that was some years ago, but said to have spiderweb on it.
Gretchen will get out
shit.
a face of like, interesting. Oh, you turn back
You
to the group.
believe? Do I speak Sebastian?
I was just wondering when we're heading out. Are we going to spend another night spending another 10 gold in the inn, or are we going to camp out for the night?
I do not want to spend another 5 gold on a room.
Zelda
They're
pipes up
nice.
and says, I think it's best if we get out on the road. Better chance for us to get this job done, get the page, get on with the rest of our trek, and perhaps tracking down these 2 escaped prisoners. The faster we do
agree.
that, the better.
Yes.
I praise for the Swenshine with spiderweb. Do you think it could be tied to the goddess of spiders? That we heard about her, but I forgot the name.
Oh,
It's okay if you forgot the
Clan of
name, you
Widow.
don't actually know the name.
Oh, okay.
are you mean the Clan of Widows, Miss Mana?
Yes.
It's probably better
asking.
to speak of such dark entities outside of a holy temple.
Abraham will walk up to his new best buddy, Acheron. Do you know, and I would only ask this in cases of an evil presence, do you know how to remove an evil deity's presence from a shrine?
It is difficult for a mother, for good or for ill. A religious site is consecrated or desecrated depending on the entity. You would not only need to destroy the altar itself, but then you would need to consecrate the earth afterwards. And depending on how long the ground was either was under an evil being's curse is more powerful the consecration needed. My
Do you think-
advice is to move in and out of it as quick as possible, not linger among such things.
What was your advice, sorry?
Moving and out as quick as possible.
If you must be close to such things, is to move fast and swiftly away. If your business resides near it, do your business and move quickly. Best not to linger around such dark shrines.
While we're talking about religion, do you all mind if I ask you a personal question, GTI Price? You can start on this and just personal curiosity.
Well, of course.
I mean, I'm asking the group.
Oh, the group.
Is it about that thing that you disagree with?
No, it's about Rune actually.
About who?
Rune. Did you never hear of Rune?
I can't remember which one that is.
He's a god. He's the literal moon.
Oh, the moon.
Yes, his name is Rune.
Loon is the moon.
As someone well learned and wise as you are, Mr. Kevin, could I ask you to tell me some information about Rune? My mother as an elf told me about it, and I know it's a dying tradition to worship him, but I would like to learn more.
You see, he has his arms behind his back and he just kind of looks down towards the ground for a moment before looking back up at you, Mana.
Mm-hmm.
It is not a happy tale. Do you know of... First and foremost, do you know of Iliath and her connection
Yes, I
with
think it was his wife, and she got courted by someone.
Yes. Loon, while I may serve Ysera by choice, Loon will always be the sire. The blood I bear is of Loon. After all, I am an elf. And Loon is allies with Ysera, so there is no complication. Loon is secretive. Open to those most loyal to him, of course, but there's always secrets he bears from his followers for fear of their own betrayal. What is it you wish to specifically know? There is much to lose. Perhaps you'd like to narrow it down.
Yes, Rune is the father of our elves, then. Is that right? Is that what
The way
you were
to
saying?
see it is Loon and Iliath were the first elves to ever exist. They were the first elves.
I see.
They chose their forms after becoming greater beings, no longer satisfied with just being a fae. They were far beyond it.
And could you remind me? I know someone called Zilyav and goes out to betray Rune and whip his out, I think. But I can't remember the name of them.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I think someone called Ilyav and goes out too far, and also I think we Lunzart, and I can't remember their name.
She's being
Wait,
cheeky.
She is.
Shadow will glare slightly at Anna. He knows what she's trying to do.
Sorry.
Did you?
Text me
Oh,
because
you
I was
did.
there
Okay.
was bits and pieces I was missing there.
Okay.
Do
So.
you want me to say it for you, Mom?
Oh yeah, maybe Sebastian can say it. Yeah.
She's pretty much wanting to know who tricked Loon's wife into betraying him.
Because she said she can't remember it.
Yeah, she's saying, I can't remember who tricked his wife into betraying him.
Oh.
She's trying to coax out.
The name of
Yeah.
Starlight, yeah.
Sialothus. The Deceiver. The Seven-Headed Cobra.
Oh.
That which whispers lies is the one that turned Iliath against Loon and the rest of the elven people. But to put all the blame on such an entity is not quite correct. Let's say 85% is Sialothus' fault. The 15%, Iliath was already infatuated with her own beauty.
That is regrettable. I wonder how the Elven Gang would be without that.
Well, we will be
Who's to
different.
say?
It would be fair to assume that the three of us would not be here were it not for the betrayal, as life is made up of both good and bad choices, good and bad outcomes. Those are what define us.
I'm sorry, do you know of any good outcome from the betrayal of Ilya? This voice Carol?
Our being here, I know of a good roundabout outcome of the bad things that have happened in my life, which is being the right man to meet all of you and befriend all of you.
I do think we have existed, before Ilya betrayed you.
Well, yes, but would we, us three, exist as we do now without that betrayal?
I mean, why not?
Because it would be very different.
Calm yourselves. You both are very young. To know if the world would be better or worse is not for me to say. At the same time, the War of the Gods is terrible. Why should such evil and betrayals exist? But it's also said that there was conflict and war even before. The Sundering, the war that shook the world between the fallen lords and the divinity. If Iliath never betrayed Loon and they were together happily, who's to say there wouldn't have been another evil already made to work instead? If there was no evil, if there were no fallen lords, would we elves be different? Well, I could say there'd be more of us.
That's true.
We are few in number.
As many have said before, it's not about the power that we hold, it is about what we choose to do with the power that we are given. And then Sebastian will turn and be like, can we go fight a vampire now?
Yeah.
Dude, can we stop saying the V word, please?
You were
I
saying
know
it more
that's
than us earlier.
Well, I was to Radon. He is a callous man, and I'm trying to. And you don't help. And he points at Alistair. You don't help.
Abraham only dislike it when it's not him that says it.
I don't like the word itself. I don't like saying it either. Just sometimes you need to say it. Right now, we don't need to say it.
My
Bad word.
mistake. My mistake. The suckers.
Leech! I know what you're doing when you say suckers.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. High Priest Demon.
Oh, my mistake.
Of course.
The
I
leech
apologize.
suckers.
I apologize about this, High Priest Acheron.
No, it is a welcoming presence. So good to see a lively group. Especially if one's ready to hunt down an evil creature.
Yeah, we are actually well in this group.
Well, do not let this old elf keep you.
Yes.
Be
okay.
safe, my children, and may Ysera's winds guide you.
Thank you. Take care, Asma.
He bows and lets you go on your way. Zelda
Everyone
will probably
bows.
whisper to herself, "Finally."
Were you all
Collect.
able to pick up? Oh, sorry, let Miss Galaxy go ahead.
Oh, it's just a quick thing. When he bows, Calexia will curtsy.
Mana would probably bow as well, actually. That's a good point.
He does like the thing where it's like he slightly bows to the group, but sees Calixia and Mana specifically like
Abraham
giving a
bows as
curtsy
well.
bow.
Well,
That he's just like 1-to-1 to each of you. A little nod, bow of his head. He, while he was conversing with you, he did have his hood off, so you saw he was a really old elf. But he puts his hood back up.
is he bald?
No, he is not like me. He has a
Does he
full
have a
set of
mustache?
hair.
It's okay.
No, unfortunately, in my world, pure blood elves don't have facial hair. Except if you are a wild elf or wood elf adjacent. I could see you turning towards like the wilds with beasts. That in your
If I
world,
recall,
wood elf.
Vance the Wood Elf had scruff
Yeah,
because that's all he could grow.
yeah, that's kind of the
He was a
idea.
wild elf.
That's kind of the idea. He was a wild elf, which is the translation for wood elf in my world.
Oh, he was wild. Yeah. All right. Were you all able to get provisions as well, or should we very quickly go and do that?
Oh, yeah,
We
we can
can
go by
get some
rations.
garlic on our way out of town.
I could say during your trip during that investigation that you didn't find Sunseal, that you could have been collecting stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
as
that's
the
fine. We
process.
would have bought rations, as mentioned.
Yeah, you could spend the coin accordingly. All of you, doesn't even if you weren't a part of the shopping trip. If you wish to buy last minute things, that would obviously be the more mundane stuff that you can purchase from like the player's handbook.
Yeah.
To be adventuring gear minus like healing potions.
Yeah, not things like potions. Obviously, that would be something you'd have to search for specifically, and whether
Like
they're in stock.
rations specifically.
But if it's any mundane food rations, you decide I don't have 50 feet of rope. I'm gonna take 50 feet of rope. You know, things of that nature.
She actually has no paper anymore, so she would probably have bought some
We'll
paper.
probably buy paper. Very well.
Yeah.
I'd say one gold gives you 20 sheets of paper.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, piss.
Very well.
I'm gonna buy stuff.
Very
Cool,
well.
man.
Now,
And
we can do that as kind of a passive thing, just while we end this out, or before the next session.
Mm-hmm.
But after you buy everything, do you all get ready to head out?
Yes.
as we are
Yes.
as we are heading out, Sebastian, because he's trying to be more transparent with the group,
Darn
boy.
it.
we'll say
Dang
there
it.
is something I need to do in the Madman's Glade. Has to do with the altar. Sits there. That altar can be used to contact the Clan of Widows, which will then put me in contact with a fence that me and Willow used to use. I want to see if he has any information on her whereabouts.
I mean,
Is there any downside to you using this altar?
I know the password, so I do not think they will treat me with hostility.
if I may, there is a chance that they would know of us killing like that group that was part of them.
If they are
I-
mad at us for killing the Red Scars technically attacked us first.
And also, they're really bad champions. If we were able to kill them.
I will say, Sebastian, you know a little bit of like how some of these groups work. You don't know entirely how the Clan of Widows completely works, but sometimes when there's a bigger gang that has smaller chain gangs, if a chain gang gets killed off, it's not usually that big a deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of just business.
It's just business. Yep. But
Alright,
he's
I'm
just
fine with it.
being fully transparent with the group, saying, hey, I'm going to contact this fencing gang, or this fence, get information.
Mm-hmm.
I assume it gets you closer to your friend Willow.
Hopefully, that's the goal.
Then we will happily make that detour.
Just don't get us
Then-
into more trouble.
I'll try not to. We Fae are creatures of impulse.
Just don't go into troubles alone, and we will be fine.
And you know what they say, that curiosity killed the cat.
Well now it's going to kill me too.
Ha. I
I
would kill
believe
you
you
if
made your
something
bet.
killed you.
We should not go around pointing fingers, though. We have a job to do.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
Any
Let's
last minute
go.
things of import before you leave?
I'm just getting rations, but that's it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing big.
Mundane things
Nothing
and
big.
supplies you
Yeah,
guys can
yeah.
pay. If there's anything specific that you believe is mundane that you wish to purchase that's not clarified in the player's handbook, you'll have to let me know, and then and then as this week goes on, I'll let you know how much you need to deduct for it.
How much would a steel chain, like necklace chain, net run me, roughly?
I'd say a gold piece. Just for a simple chain,
Yeah.
like an iron chain or something. Yeah,
Iron steel, yeah.
yeah, that'd be gold. It's not too hard to get.
Sweet.
All right.
Yeah, but I would probably just stop by Abra, just say, if you still want to talk, we can talk on the road.
Oh, yes, I was going to ask you if we could discuss some things on the road.
Yeah, sure.
Does a flask have a lid?
All right. A flask would have a lid.
I'm going to buy a flask so I can have a
I hope
flask
so.
of vampire ashes.
That would suck. Lids are sold separately for flasks.
That's
A flask
That's
cork
just-
or something. Flask lid sold separately.
That sounds like a scam.
Yeah, it's exactly a scam. No, yeah.
only in this world. I don't think there'd be much we could do about it without literally like, scaring the
Flasks
crap
and
out of
vials
people.
are going to include the lid with them and corks.
Real quick, what armor is Kalexi wearing?
Leather armor.
Yeah. real quick, everyone, Miss Cooksey, I have a set of breastplate. I've been meaning to give it to you for some time. I plumb forgot to.
I
He sort of holds it.
am afraid that I will not be able to move as easily in it, and also that it will not fit my physique.
I think we could get a smith to adapt it to fit you a bit better.
Yeah, it needs to be
I
bigger.
do understand.
Because physique, Calexi's clearly muscular and jacked. Huge.
I
Oh,
said
yeah.
fit her better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You can drop it by a smith and we can get it back when we get back.
Drink.
If you don't like though, I can always sell it.
I would think it would be better to sell it than to give it to me.
Bragging, would I be able to sell the breastplate for 300 gold because it's worth 400?
Guy's off his rocker.
This is going to be a persuasion check to attempt to haggle.
I'm on the last net 20 of the fucking.
I'm
Come on.
I'm selling it for less. Can I guidance myself?
You
Yeah,
would
I'll-
use magic in front of them while arguing?
It's probably walking up. He like guidances himself.
I mean, you're still using magic in front of someone.
Yeah. Generally, it depends on the situation. If it's a neutral situation, I don't think they'll care too much if like, oh, weird, he just cast some magic stuff on himself or whatever. But depending on the situation, I raise the DC if he's doing that when people see him.
Yeah, that's bad.
Because they're aware, like, oh, there's some stuff going down.
Shenanigans.
Boo.
I'll use 2 BB,
2 of your personal ones.
2 personal BB.
All right.
That's now 16.
16.
Yeah.
Well, I can give you 200 gold for it.
What the fuck?
250. Would 250 be more amenable? We need a couple of funds just to fund a vampire killing escapade.
I have heard all these stories before. Sorry,
That is very
I can
fair,
give you
sir.
200 for it. Afraid I can't go any higher than that.
What about 200?
You have
And
at 200?
200 and 2 hand axes.
And you what?
2
Hand
pandas?
axes.
Two
Oh, I
hand
don't know why. I thought he said pandas.
Bull
Like,
axes.
the fuck?
200 and 1 hand axe.
Do you have manacles as well?
Well, let's see if he does. Afraid I don't. I mean, if you're looking for something like that, you'd have to have it custom made by a smith.
It's alright.
I mostly tend to work the metal and leather into gear. I'm not necessarily a smith.
Yes.
We do have plenty of smiths, though, in Bridgetown.
I'll take the 200 and the hand axe. Drive a hard bargain, sir. Thank you.
All right. He shakes your hand. Deal. You get
Yeah,
200 gold and a hand axe
Yeah.
for
I
selling
got
armor.
2 hand axes.
Yeah, I had a... You didn't quite on the persuasion. I was making it like you needed like 17 for like 250, 18 for 300.
And I went for if you got less than 15, he was like, no, I don't want it.
Glad I used the movie.
Yeah. Can Mana do an insight check to see how much it has been scammed by 200? Like if 200 is a fair price on that?
Yeah, sure. Give me an insight check.
Yeah, she doesn't know. She has no clue.
Yeah, no idea.
She wouldn't have said anything anyway.
Seems fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. In fact, it feels generous. Probably not just fair.
I was gonna say,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Actually, yes.
It was very generous, I feel like.
200 feels like
It's,
a lot. To be
it's
honest.
half price.
Yeah, but Mana doesn't know that.
Or stinky used set of armor.
Oh, 200,
Yeah.
you got a lot for it. 200 is a small fortune.
This isn't
Oh, yeah.
Abraham arguing. This is me arguing it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What else is new?
Braken's bald.
That's not new.
It's not new. Where you
I've
been?
just learned of it.
No, you didn't.
I didn't know the extent of your baldness. I thought you were like,
Oh, okay, I'll give you
you know,
that.
me bald.
I'll give you that. No, that's my extent. You learned that. Which is why it's probably just better for me to just shave often
You're bald, man.
and just be
I've done it
completely
properly.
bald. Anyway,
Once every 2
I
years.
go for it.
any other last minute
Anyway.
preparations?
No.
Nope.
Very well. Zelda's not here, so her punishment is she doesn't get a say in what she got. No, I will ask Chef when before next session if like is there anything mundane you would have bought? And then she can deduct her gold accordingly.
Healing potion.
Okay, if it's something like healing potion, I'm gonna say nope. Didn't find one, sorry.
I'd like a mundane healing potion, please.
You all set yourselves off out of the northern gate on this massive bridge-like city of Bridgetown. Guards seeing you exit, but they have no questions for someone exiting the city versus someone entering. They watch as you go, as you follow the road to a point till it splits into two, with a signpost, one saying to go towards Fort Dark Oak, and the other going towards Nandar. Also says underneath it, beware cursed forest. You head in that direction. And we see just as our group is about to enter the tree line of the cursed forest itself. A cursed forest that stretches for a good distance in miles in all directions around its in whatever direction you see minus the one you came in from. Somewhere in Bridgetown, we don't see the face of a person, but we see the robe of someone, and they bear a golden necklace with a purple eye in it. And that is where we're going to end our session.
Why did we see that? So is it so?
Oh, no, you didn't. That was just for flavor
No,
for audience.
okay.
Motherfucker. Got another one.
It's alright, we can kill him. Slash her.
Well, good session, peeps.
Oh.
I don't want to use too much brain power, so you all get a personal fate die back if you've used any.
Mm-hmm.
The max is what was the max again?
3
3.
for now.
Max 3 because Bragen's a dick.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
No,
He was 5, and then everyone argued with me. Like always fucking
If
happens. and I-
if you
The
use them
opposite.
good enough, then do enough cool things, you'll
Hey,
get
you know,
them back.
you shouldn't just blame. Obviously, it's everyone else voted the 3 because I was like, if
It's
everyone voted 5,
I'm
would have been
still
like, oh,
mad.
right,
It was
it's
like
5.
everyone else, and I said apart from Rag said no, it's 3, and I again was like, you don't write things that I wrote down. I got mad. I'm not gonna get mad. this
I
time.
remember saying both, so I was like, I don't remember. What's everyone else's vote?
I think Wag actually noted 4. If I remember correctly.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
not
yeah,
stupid.
yeah.
Yeah, I did eventually vote for 3.
I'm guessing we'll
2 Brutus.
probably level up next session if we fight the vampire next session.
I don't think we'll fight the vampire next session.
I can't
Here's-
level up before we fight the
Here's the
vampire.
thing.
Didn't do anything.
No,
I don't know about Alice.
here's
I've
the
done
thing.
quite a bit.
Things were solved.
Thing,
There were some checks that I considered important, and something bad. Honestly, there were a couple persuasions with Radar Yelled that you, Abraham, made. 1 or 2, I think. One of those was very
Since you only
important
made one?
because it probably was the only one, and it was very important. Because
Yeah,
if you
the bet.
because if you failed it, you would have had to go bring Sebastian back. Wouldn't have to, but he's gonna send you out there, and if you didn't, it'd be like, it's your fault. So
To be
I am going to say, yeah, you all level up.
Dude!
Let's go.
I got lesser restoration now.
You all
I'm
are
excited for my level up.
you all are level 5. Level up whenever you like, or just before our next session.
My
And,
proficiency goes up.
I can now talk to 3 people in their heads.
Let's fucking go, lads!
We're gonna roll for hit points. Abraham rolled really well. You're allowed 1
Get
reroll,
fucked, mittens.
but whatever your reroll is, you have to take it. So
Okay. That's a lot better.
that is a lot better.
That's better
Okay.
than 1.
Let's
Yeah,
roll.
I
better than
think I
1.
actually was taking average until now, but
Ooh, I'm taking that.
Ooh,
I guess I
sneaky
would.
fucker.
I'll take that.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and re-roll. Let's see. Of course, I get 1 lower.
That's heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, that's how it is. It's either you take average or you roll for it, but if you roll for it, you get 1 reroll. You
Oh,
just
I
take the
didn't know
reroll.
I could take
Yeah.
average. I would have taken average. I thought we had a roll.
No, you can take average. Did you know that, Mana? That you could take either?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I took average until now, but like,
But you chose to roll for
controlling,
this.
So I was like, yeah, I guess I chose to roll.
Gotcha.
So, I reckon my free, it's fine.
I get another
What is it?
Eldritch Invocation.
Kalexi,
No,
I will allow you to take back the roll since you didn't know that. You didn't know you could choose
Okay.
between it. So yeah, when you're leveling up on the Character Mancer, you can choose to take the average instead of rolling for hit points. You obviously won't hit your maximum hit points unless you risk the roll for it. But
Mm-hmm.
I get uncanny dodge.
Ooh.
I get second level spells!
I get another Eldritch Invocation.
Oh!
and I'm gonna send
Oh,
this to Zelda real quick.
I have a question, Bregan.
You're all level 5. All right, send me the question.
Hey, man.
Well, that was all that was needed. So, I'd like to thank everybody who was watching. I'm sorry if I haven't posted. I've had some. My mind has been occupied. I can't say I was busy. Just my brain has not been there.
It's the
So-
universe too.
It's the universe. Yep, it is definitely the universe. So,
Wait, what the fuck? Sorry.
my videos will be uploaded kind of, and I think I have like 3 different videos that are going to be uploaded. this week because I've been procrastinating. So, we will catch you, Dungeon Delvers, in the next session. Bye-bye!
See ya.
Bye bye.
Whoa.